and brew. It's time to go around the Atlantic League, brought to you by Ginny Maurer Cruise Planners. Let's first get you the scores from Sunday. Gastonia, their most recent game, a win against the Barnstormers 7-4. York takes down Long Island 9-7. Southern Maryland takes down West Virginia by a 2-1 score, and they now lead the North Division by a game over the Long Island Ducks. Tonight around the Atlantic League, this is the first game in action tonight. Second game of the doubleheader, 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1, 6:30, York and Lancaster. Long Island and West Virginia at 6:35, and Southern Maryland takes on the red-hot Lexington Legends at home at 7:05.
Quite a few player moves to keep you up to date on. First off, the Lexington Legends and the Rockers have kind of dodged a bullet in this sense, in the fact that Lexington has placed one of their best hitters, Courtney Hawkins, and two of their best pitchers, Kevin McGowan and Liam O'Sullivan, on the 7-day injured list, and it looks like all three of them will not be here when the Rockers take on the Legends this weekend at Truist Point. Also around the Atlantic League, another big one, a trade that went down yesterday between the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and the West Virginia Power. Southern Maryland sends Miles Williams, who was just recently traded to Southern Maryland. They're going to send him now to West Virginia in return for Ruby Silva. Silva, if you'll remember, came out the year red hot, 6 home runs and was hitting upwards of 360, but now is batting at 263 and still sitting at 6 home runs. This is a reunion for Ruby Silva. He played for Southern Maryland in 2019, hit 251, 12 home runs, 44 RBIs there. And if you look at his Atlantic League tenure, he has played for York, Long Island, Southern Maryland, and now West Virginia. So
he's collecting all the caps.
He is exactly right. But also another big move, and this is the one that if you've been anywhere near social media and follow High Point Rockers, then you know exactly about this one. The Rockers have added for this week and just the next couple of days alone, 2009 World Series champion, 2011 All-Star, 2017 World Baseball Classic champion, and now he can add 2020 Tokyo Games USA Olympian to the resume, and that is David Robertson.
It's exciting. I'm excited to see him just on the field. He's supposed to pitch a couple of innings. He's a guy who is just all around baseball. You hear about one of the best humans. If you ever listen to a Yankees broadcast, Susan Waltman and John Sterling will always talk about how he's one of their favorite players to be around. He should be a treat to watch, and he's still got it.
Absolutely. We expect to see him at some point tonight in the doubleheader. We'll step aside. When we come back, the Sweet Old Bills pregame show continues with a look at tonight's starting lineups. Welcome back into the Sweet Old Bills pregame show. Time to take a look at the starting lineups for tonight's game. For Gastonia, leading off in center field is Boo Powell. Mike Pappy will be the left fielder, batting in the number 2 spot. Jason Rogers plays first base and bats third. Returning from Mexico, Rockers saw him the first series, did not see him last series. Joshua Saleh bats cleanup at third base. Mike Kosinski plays second base, bats fifth. Batting sixth is Jake Skoll in right field. Batting seventh is the catcher Jesus Sucre. Emmanuel Tapia gets the nod in the 8th spot. He'll be the designated hitter tonight. And Manuel Geraldo will play shortstop and bat ninth.
Guys to watch in the order, top 6 in the lineup for Gastonia. They're coming off a series against Lancaster where they scored 37 runs. As a team, hit 341, 344 with an OPS of 1.129. You can't get better than that, and those top 6 guys have really done a lot of the damage this year.
My guy to watch is Joshua Saleh, and not just because of the numbers he has put up through the entirety of the season. Let me break it down a little bit for you. He has played 6 games against the Rockers. In those 6 games, he is batting .478, 5 home runs, and 15 RBIs for an average of 2.5 RBIs per game against High Point Rockers pitching. For the Rockers, the lineup tonight, leading off in center field is Johnny Field. Michael Russell plays second base and will bat second. Stephen Cardulo gets the nod at third base tonight and will bat third. Jerry Downs, the first baseman, will bat fourth. Adam Taylor, the designated hitter, hits in the number 5 spot. Stuart Levy will catch and bat sixth. Jared Mitchell in right field will hit seventh. James McGowan, the left fielder, will bat eighth. And playing shortstop tonight, batting ninth, is Giovanni Alfonso.
I think the guy you have to look for in this Rockers lineup is someone like Stuart Levy. He's coming off a really rough weekend against Lexington, and he's one of those guys that might benefit a lot from coming home.
I'm going to go with Jared Mitchell, hitting at .234 now. The average has consistently been going up, but he's hitting .348 with 5 RBIs against Gastonia. We'll go ahead and get ready for the national anthem, which means we're going to step aside. When we come back, it's the Rockers, it's the Honey Hunters, and it's next on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we are America, those who protect her both at home and abroad as we play the national anthem.
It is a sun-splashed evening at Truist Point as the Rockers and the Gastonia Honey Hunters begin a doubleheader tonight and a 4-game set in the middle of the week. Good evening, everyone. I'm Kendrick Fruits along with Javik Blake, and we're about ready to get things going here at Truist Point. Rockers will send Craig Stem to the bump today, 1-5 record with an ERA of 9 even. And stepping into the batter's box is Boog Powell. Stem delivers first pitch of the ball game. We're underway, and that's ball 1. Again, the lineup for Gastonia: Powell, Pappy, Rogers, Saleh, Osinski, Skoll, Sucre, Tapia, and Geraldo. The right-hander Stem delivers 1-0, fastball up high, 2 balls, no strikes. The 2-0 fastball just below the knees, 3 balls, no strikes. For Craig Stem, 17 walks, 32 strikeouts in 41 innings pitched. Delivers a 3-0 way inside. It's a 4-pitch walk to Boog Powell to start this game.
First pitch time today, 5:04. The weather here at High Point, 90 degrees, partly cloudy. Wind out to left at 10 miles an hour. First pitch time and weather is always brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. ODFL, helping the world keep promises.
Mike Pappy steps in, hitting at .292, 9 home runs, 32 batted in. And the dangerous Boog Powell is over at first base. First pitch from Stem, down low to Pappy, 1-0. Opponents have hit Stem pretty well this year in terms of the opponent's average, which is currently sitting at .352. Pappy pops this one up in the foul territory. Racing over to the screen is Cardulo, but it will get out of play. And the count 1-1. For the Rockers, wearing all whites today with the blue numbering. The blue caps for Gastonia. It's the gray pants, black jerseys with the gold trim on the back, or the gold numbering on the back, I should say, and the word Hunters across the chest in gold. Pair of 7-inning games on tap today.
That's become the new norm.
It has. Well, one thing that Billy Horn said today is the off-speed pitch to Pappy is fouled off, 1-2. He said the expectation is for Craig Stem to go the distance in game 1. And that way they can really make it a true bullpen game in game 2. We expect that Joey Hennessy will get the ball to start that game, but we also expect to see David Robertson at some point.
Oh, that's going to be the fun one.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Pappy. Stem delivers curveball roped into right field. It will hook foul. And the count stays 1-2.
And Stem's really coming off a good start in his last one against Long Island, when after a start where he kind of got shelled but still got his first win of the year against the Honey Hunters, he comes back with only giving up 6 hits and 2 runs in a complete game. The only problem was the Rockers didn't score any.
The 1-2. Swung on, hit into right field. That'll get down in front of Mitchell. Powell is rounding second, and he will go to third standing. So it's a base hit for Mike Pappy, and we'll set the Rockers' defense.
In right field for the Rockers, it's James McGowan, Johnny Field in center. Jared Mitchell is in left, around the infield from left to right. Cardulo, Alfonso, Russell, and Downs, and Stuart Levy behind home plate.
That'll bring up Jason Rogers, hitting at .329, 4 home runs, 16 batted in. Left Gastonia to go play in Mexico, but only played 12 games there. He's returned to Gastonia. In fact, hit a grand slam in his return to the Honey Hunters. First pitch from Stem to Rogers, misses inside, ball 1. Home plate umpire Calvin Baker. Owen Ballard, the 4th, is over at first base, and Tim Detweiler handling third base duties tonight. The 1-0 to Rogers from Stem. Off speed, poked in the air to right field. Mitchell giving it a long chase, but that ball gets out of play. And the count 1-1.
Well, this is an umpiring crew the Rockers have become pretty familiar with. I feel like every time they're at home, it's always Calvin Baker and Owen Ballard the 4th somewhere in the mix.
Usually them or Matthew Caramelli, a guy that we've seen a lot
that's
here.
another one.
The 1-1, swing and a miss. Rogers way late on the fastball. And the count 1-2. High Point coming off of a 4-6 road trip started out very promising, taking 3 out of 4 from Gastonia at Caramont Health Park. But things kind of went awry after that. Pappy took a long step off, and they're going to call Stem with a balk. He stepped off the mound to look over at Pappy, but I guess he must have flinched. Powell comes in to score, and it's now 1-0 Gastonia on the balk. One ball and 2 strikes to Rogers. Stem steps off now and puts his foot back on the rubber. Still nobody out, top of the first. Fastball hit on the ground. Long way for Russell. He's not going to be able to get it. They're waving Pappy around. Mitchell comes up with it, but there will be no throw. It's an RBI single for Jason Rogers, and the Honey Hunters have an early 2-0 lead. That will bring up Joshua Saleh, 265, leads the league with 15 home runs and has driven in 41.
Well, and so far it hasn't been one pitch from Craig Stem that's been hit hard. Everything's kind of been hit all over the place.
Saleh, the 4th hitter of the ball game, as Stem delivers strike 1. Rockers are still looking for their first out. Jason Rogers takes his lead off of first base. Off speed, way over that is Saleh. What a hack. But that ball just fell off the table from Stem in the count 0-2.
And that's that slider from Stem. We've seen him go to a little more often these last couple of games. It was a great pitch. A lot of vertical movement to it.
Stem shakes off Levy twice, now gets the sign he wants. Here's the 0-2. Curveball. Strike 3 looking. They're going to ring up Joshua Saleh, and that's out number 1 here in the first inning. Well, Craig Stem bounced back with some very well-placed breaking balls. Giving up 2 runs already in the first. That'll bring up Mike Osinski. Osinski hitting at .319, 5 home runs, 25 batted in. That fastball is up and in, ball 1. Not a huge crowd here for game 1, although it's just after 5 o'clock. A lot of people have just gotten off of work. This one a hot shot to third base. Cardullo deep. Throw to first. Not in time. Cardullo was behind the bag, almost on the line, and beating it out by a step or 2 was Osinski for an infield base hit as Rogers heads to second. That'll bring up Jake Skoll, hitting at .254, 11 home runs and 30 batted in.
It's that top 6 of this lineup is just so dangerous. The only reason why they're 17-21 this year is their pitching has been in the bottom third of the league.
Skoll hitting just .111 against the Rockers. And Stem delivers curveball. That will miss inside, ball 1. Wind blowing out to left. At a pretty good clip as well. The 1-0. Sounded like it might have broke his bat. It's a shot into right field. Diving catch there by Jared Mitchell. Mitchell looked like Superman out there to make the catch.
Now batting the catcher, number 23.
That one was fading fast in the right center field gap, and Jared Mitchell, full extension with a big second out. Runners hold at first and second.
Well, and that's the defense you're going to get from Jared Mitchell in right field. Just another masterful play. It'll look easy.
Brings up Jesus Sucre, hitting at .258, but hitting just .077 against High Point. After the first 3 hitters reached base for the Honey Hunters and 2 runs came across, Craig Stem looking to end it here. Fastball to Sucre. That's a high strike in the count 0-1. Rogers at first, the runner at second, rather. The runner at first is Osinski. That pitch down in the count 1-1.
If the Rockers want Stem to throw a complete game, this pitch count right now is not exactly helping. He's already at 20 here in the first inning.
1 ball, 1 strike to Sucre. Off-speed pitch laced right up the middle. They're going to wave Rogers around. Tommy Field bobbled the ball, and Rogers will come in and score. It's now 3-0 Gastonia. Not sure that he would have gotten Rogers anyways. Mike Osinski is over at second. And that will bring up the 8th man in the inning, and that's Emmanuel Tapia.
What a real good play from Johnny Field to not throw it home, because if he goes home, the runners probably move up.
Stem delivers first pitch to Tapia. Swing and a miss, the high fastball, count 0-1. Still 2 outs in this inning, but now 3 runs across for Gastonia in the top of the first. Stem deals a fastball down and away. And the count 1-1. Swing and a miss on the curveball. The count now 1-2 to Tapia's. Craig Stem 1 strike away from getting out of the top of the first.
Well, this is a big pitch here. You don't want to extend the inning any further, get yourself in more trouble, and get that pitch count up more. Throw something off that back foot.
Here is the 1-2, and that one looks like it might have clipped Tapia's foot, and it did. So it's a hit by pitch on the off-speed pitch, and that will load the bases for Gastonia and the number 9 hitter, Manuel Geraldo. That's what you don't want to see. 1 strike away from getting out of the inning. And now you've got to do it with a clean count to the next hitter.
Well, that was just a tough pitch. He was doing exactly what I had talked about 5 seconds earlier. Throw that back foot slider, but he just clipped it on that front foot. Just didn't get enough spin on it.
Stuart Levy had gone out to have a quick word with Craig Stem. Now he heads back to his spot behind the plate. Three runs across for Gastonia here in the top of the first. And here is Manuel Geraldo hitting at .235, 1 home run, and 2 batted in. He's played 1 game against the Rockers, was 2 for 4 in that contest. Stem delivers first pitch of the at-bat, swung on and hit to Alfonso at short. Goes the short way to Russell at second for the final out of the inning, but not before 3 Honey Hunter runs come across to score in the top of the first inning. The Rockers will look to get some of that back in the bottom of the first. That's coming up next on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Put your hands together and cheer them on as they make their way around the field. For all of your farm equipment needs, be sure to visit Sink Farm Equipment in Lexington, North Carolina. Rockers fans, let's make some noise for Hype. Bethany Medical Center is a preferred medical practice partner of the High Point Rockers. Your health is our concern.
for the second time this year, the High Point Rockers face Austin Glorious on the mound. For the first time this year, they do so while Glorious is wearing a Gastonia uniform. The Rockers saw him earlier this year as a member of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs on June 19th. He went 5 innings, gave up 5 hits, 1 run, 4 walks, 6 strikeouts. And on the year, he's 0-2 with a 6.40 earned run average.
Well, that earned run average has really ballooned his last couple of starts. Just due to bad performances, opponents hitting .441 against him, and the ERA up there as well, 11.88.
In the lineup again for the Rockers field, Russell, Cardulo, Downs, Taylor, Levy, Mitchell, McOwen, and Alfonso. Johnny Field steps in, hitting a .288, 2 home runs, 10 batted in. Has not played anywhere except the leadoff spot for the Rockers since joining the team. Shows bunt, pulls back, but it's a called strike anyways, 0-1. Here's a good number for you. Of the 9 players in the Rockers lineup today, 7 of them have an average of 300 or higher against Gastonia this year. Field fouls this one off, and the count is 0-2. The only 2 who do not are Steven Cardulo, who's 1 for 13, and Stuart Levy.
Well, that's the thing with Gastonia. For as good as their offense has been, their pitching staff has just let them down time and time again. There was a game this past week, and they were up 8-0 after 3 and lost 15-8.
No balls, 2 strikes to Johnny Field. Fastball from Glorious, up and away, and the count 1-2. Rockers come into today 18 wins, 22 losses, and they are just they are tied with Gastonia in terms of games back at 8.5. The Rockers lead the Honey Hunters by 3 percentage points in the standings, 450 to 447. Off-speed pitch to Field. They're going to check down to first to see if he went around. And Owen Ballard says he does. So Johnny Field strikes out to begin the Rockers half of the bottom of the first. I'm going to bring up Michael Russell, hitting at .333, 4 home runs, 23 batted in. But he enjoys his time against Gastonia. 6 games, he's hit .476 with 2 home runs and 6 batted in. Now, those 2 home runs did come at Caramont Health Park that has a very short left field.
And both of them went over the left field wall.
They did. First pitch to Russell, a called strike at the knees, 0-1.
One of them did significant damage to someone's windshield.
Which I am happy to report was not either of ours.
No, not at all.
The 0-1, Russell, way on top of that off-speed pitch, and he's down now 0-2. Steven Cardulo waits on deck. And here's the 0-2 from Glorious. Swings, hits this one weakly on the ground to short. Picking it up there and firing across to first is Geraldo. That's the final, or the second out of the inning, rather. And we'll go ahead and set the defense for you for Gastonia.
For Gastonia, it is Mike Pappy in left, Luke Powell in center, Jake Skoll is in right, Joshua Saleh at third, Manuel Geraldo at short, Mike Kaczynski at second, Josh Rogers at first, and Jesus Sucre behind home plate.
That'll bring up the third baseman, Steven Cardulo.
And check that, Jason Rogers is at first.
Cardulo hitting at .315, 4 home runs, and 15 batted in. Swings, hits this one high in the air into center field. Powell going back towards the left center field gap and makes the catch for the final out of the inning. The Rockers go down 1-2-3, and we head to the second with Gastonia on top, 3-0 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Bradley Samuel. You need a great dentist, call Hours, 336-883-2316, or visit www.bradleyasamuelbds.com. Dr. Bradley Samuel, the official dentist of the High Point Rockers.
second inning, Gastonia leads the Rockers by a score of 3-0. They sent 9 hitters to the plate in the first inning, so leading off here in the second will be the leadoff man, Boog Powell. Powell walked and came around to score on the balk back in the first inning. We're in game 1 of a doubleheader, 2 7-inning affairs today. Stem looking for a much better second time through the lineup as he deals strike 1 to Powell. Powell shows bunt, hits this one right back to Stem, bare hands it, fires on to first base, it's offline. Not sure if Powell would have beat it out anyways. He would have been very close over there at first base. He's at first now regardless. We'll see how that one gets scored. Brings up Mike Pappy, who singled his first time up.
And that's going to be ruled as a single.
It was a good play by Craig Stem, and was the right play as well because Cardullo was playing too far back at third base to really be able to have much of a play on that ball. Stem delivers first pitch to Pappy, fastball down, 1-0. (3-0) Gastonia in the top of the second. Rockers have won 4 of the 6 meetings amongst the two teams this year. Pappy, heavy swing over the off-speed pitch, count 1-1.
Well, that's the big thing for Stem here is using that slider because that's so far today been the only swing and miss pitch.
Stem comes set, looking for the double play ball. Goes with the fastball, and it stays away, 2-1. Game 2 today, scheduled for about 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. Check over to first base on Powell. He's back in. Rockers 18 wins, 22 losses on the year. But the Honey Hunters were the location of their last bit of success as that pitch fouled off 2-2. And they're hoping that it could be a continuation of that today.
And it really came off the success of their offense that weekend. The pitching staff gave up a ton of runs, but the offense was just there to make sure that wasn't the case.
3 of the 4 games in Gastonia, the Rockers won with a total of 12 runs scored.
The only game they lost, they only scored 4 and allowed 12.
Off-speed pitch fouled off, and the count 2-2. So it sounds like the key in Gastonia is score exactly 12.
Apparently, it's the way to go.
Two balls, 2 strikes, nobody out, runner on first base. Stem looks back at Powell, now comes set. Here is the 2-2 to Pappy. Fastball sliced into left field. McOwen comes in, looks like he might have lost it in the sun, but that ball well in front of him anyways. It drops for a base hit for Pappy. Powell heads to second. There's 2 aboard with nobody out for Jason Rogers.
Pappy's had himself a pretty good first 2 innings. 2 for 2, 2 singles.
It's already almost a full day's work. Here's Jason Rogers, singled and scored. Drove in a run last inning. So Craig Stem struggling a little bit in the early stages of this outing. That pitch down in the dirt gets away from Levy. There will be no throw as both runners move up. There's now runners at second and third, nobody out. That pitch down in the dirt should be ruled a wild pitch. It was a good effort by Levy. He got a piece of it, but the ball just trickled through his legs, and I don't think he realized that at first. Here's the pitch, way outside, and the count now 2-0. Well, the Rockers were hoping to get 5 or 6 out of Stem and then make it a bullpen game in game 2, but there's already some pitchers heading down to the bullpen for High Point. Fasola and Chafee just went down, and I believe Hayes is down there as well. The 2-0 swung on, hit on the ground, and it'll be right up the middle. Powell comes in to score. Pappy comes in to score. It's a 2-run single for Jason Rogers. He's already got 3 RBIs in his first 2 at-bats, and it is now 5-0.
Credit Gastonia. They've come out of the gate firing, and the way Gorius looked in the first inning, 5 runs might be more than enough today.
There's Joshua Saleh, who struck out his first time up. Runner on first base is Jason Rogers. Now 5-0 Gastonia. Nobody out. That pitch ripped down the right field side. It's foul, but it's about the hardest hit ball you will see as Ryan Chafee goes after it. Count 0-1 to Saleh. The 0-1 swung on. That's hit high in the air into right field. Mitchell going back towards the line and the wall, makes the catch in the corner, and that's out number 1. Jared Mitchell has shown good range both to his right and to his left today. That brings up Mike Osinski.
Now batting second baseman,
Osinski singled his first time up. Javik, I don't know if you're the same way as me. I can't help my eyes keep gravitating to the tunnel right off of the Rockers bullpen.
You just think David Robertson's going to show up?
Just ready to see him in a Rockers uniform.
Smoke.
That pitch down low to Osinski, 1-0.
Like, what do you think? A WWE entrance comes in, just the smoke, the music.
He's a really modest guy. I don't think that would be his thing.
Comes out with like an air guitar.
Stem comes set. Here's the 1-0 to Osinski. That one's in there called strike, and they count 1-1. So 5 runs already across for Gastonia on 7 hits, and they have just recorded 4 outs against them so far in this ball game, as that one's a strike, and they count 1-2.
And one of the 4 outs was a fielder's choice. Another one was a diving catch by Jared Mitchell. So it's been tough sledding today, and just something against these honey hunters. Craig Stem has just been hit all over the place by them.
The 1-2 hit high in the air into right center field. Tommy Field going back. Johnny Field rather makes the catch in the right center field gap. And that's out number 2.
In 2 starts this year against the Honey Hunters, Craig Stem has thrown 6 2/3 innings, has given up 16 hits in 13 runs. All of them earned.
That will bring up Jake Skoll. Stem's first pitch to Skoll in there for a strike. Skoll flied out to right. The fantastic play by Jared Mitchell back in the first inning. The 0-1 from Stem. It's a curveball down and in. The count 1-1. Runner at first base continues to be Jason Rogers. And Stem delivers the 1-1. That's down, and that gets away from Levy, but actually they're going to say that it clipped Jake Skoll's foot. So the second time today an off-speed pitch has hit a batter.
Next up, the catcher, Jesus Sucre.
That'll bring up Jesus Sucre.
Whoever was in charge of the sound music, just great fine references today.
So 2 on, 2 outs for Gastonia in the second. First pitch to Sucre is strike. He singled to lead off his offensive day back in the first inning. I keep saying back in the first. It feels like it's been a while offensively, but
Well, they have set up now 16 guys to the plate in the first 2 innings.
the 0-1, Sucre fouls that one off to the screen, but more interestingly, the bat takes off and the bat goes further than the ball as it passed the Gastonia dugout.
And Joshua Saleh, who's third baseman, they runs out of the dugout, quickly grabs the bat, runs it back to Sucre, runs back to the dugout. It's like a ball boy in tennis.
We'll see if maybe Sucre is a little hesitant to swing that hard again. Stem comes set, and here is the pitch. Swung on and tapped weakly foul. The ball, not the bat, down the third base side.
It's a little lesser of a swing.
The count remains 0-2. Rockers went down 1-2-3 in their half of the first inning. Still plenty of ball to be played here in game one, but a reminder, it is a 7-inning doubleheader. Here's the 0-2. Sucre down in the dirt, count 1-2. I don't know if you heard, Major League Baseball was talking about exploring the idea of going back to 9-inning doubleheaders, potentially as early as next year.
Yeah. No having to worry about COVID protocols and whatnot. Makes it a little bit easier.
The 1-2 to Sucre. Stem looks over at the runners, now delivers the 1-2, swung on, and again fouled back, and the count stays 1-2.
Now, that's something that will never occur in minor league baseball or in the Atlantic League, but Major League Baseball, go back to the split admission doubleheaders. Got the 1, got the 7.
Siren goes off in the distance. I feel like all the sounds are amplified with still people filing in, and I feel like we'll have a good crowd for the nightcap tonight as this one popped up out of play, foul down the right field side, count 1-2. It's Taco Tuesday here at Truist Point, and all the baseball fans in the High Point area want to get a look at David Robertson, who is expected to throw today. Right now, Craig Stem trying to find the put-away pitch to get through this inning. Here's the 1-2. Popped up again, foul out of play off the bat of Sucre. That's the 7th pitch of the at-bat, and the 4th pitch fouled off with 2 strikes.
And he's now about to throw his 55th pitch in the second inning. It's no longer can he throw a complete game. I think the bigger question is, can he even go 3?
Runner at first, second is Rogers. Runner at first is Skoll. Here's the 1-2 curveball. This one's hit high in the air into left field. McOwen, shielding his eyes from the sun, makes the catch for the final out of the second inning, but not before 2 more runs come across for the Gastonia Honey Hunters, and they now take a 5-0 lead to the bottom of the second on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Extended hours for your convenience. Call 336-716-WAKE or visit wakehealth.edu/sportsmedicine today to schedule an appointment. Wake Forest Baptist Health, go where the athletes go. Guilford Technical Community College offers a great education while offering quality, affordability, and support. Choose GTCC, choose success. Learn more at www.gtcc.edu today.
Bottom of the second inning, the Rockers trail Gastonia by a score of 5-0. And the Rockers have 4, 5, 6 coming to bat here. Downs, Taylor, and Levy to start the bottom of the second. Kendrick Fruits, Javik Blake with you on a Tuesday afternoon. I guess it's evening. It's 5:40. I guess it counts as evening now. Austin Glorious retired the Rockers in order in the first.
Leading off the home half, the second
Jerry
inning.
Downs comes up, though, hitting a .333 on the year, but in 4 games against Gastonia, hitting .500 with 2 home runs in 4 batted in.
Someone who has had a lot of success against Gastonia, and it's really one of the more consistent guys in this lineup.
Downs will come up to the left-handed box. Austin Glorious steps onto the rubber, ready to begin the bottom of the second. He now steps off. I think Saleh told him to for a moment. Something was going on behind him, but we're ready now. First pitch of the inning to Downs. That's a strike at the knees, and the count 0-1.
Glorious is the lanky guy on the mound. His motion to home is a lot of arm movement. It's very long.
He reminds me, not so much in the motion, but the north to south movement of his delivery. As Downs hits a high chopper over to first base, Rogers picks it up, flips it to Glorious, out number 1. Reminds me a little bit of the way Luke Westfall would attack downhill.
I'd agree with that. It's very up and down. That's the big thing.
There's Adam Taylor back for, what is this, his 3rd stint with the Rockers? His 4th stint? Something like that. He's been back and forth this year as he handles his other professions in South Carolina.
Yeah, comes back to his side job.
Hitting a .281 this year. I'd say it's a pretty successful side gig. First pitch to him. That's a called strike on the inner part of the plate. Count 0-1.
Bigger numbers, the 409 OBP. It's an incredibly successful side gig.
Had a triple in his last series against Gastonia. And here's the 0-1. That's down and in, 1-1.
And there is a massive wasp that was flying around Taylor. He'd almost like Matrix out of the way. Tried to smack at it.
Rockers still looking for their first hit of the ball game. Taylor, a big swing and a miss on the off-speed pitch down, and the count 1-2. Waiting on deck is Stuart Levy, who's driven in 7 in 6 games against Gastonia this year. The 1-2 to Taylor, that's a fastball. Strike 3, they're going to ring him up on the inner part of the plate, almost identical to the location of the strike 1 pitch. Austin Glorious has now retired 5 consecutive Rockers as Stuart Levy makes his way to the plate. Stuart Levy hitting at .252 with 6 home runs and 22 batted in. And here is the pitch. Levy swings, fouls this one off down the third base side, 0-1. Jared Mitchell waits on deck. And here's the 0-1. Curveball drops in for a strike, 0-2. Jared Mitchell on deck from LSU, part of the SEC, who saw quite a handful of players get selected in the MLB draft this year. As per usual. Is that pitch up high in the count 1-2?
Yeah, the SEC has just turned into like a new short. Like with the absence of short season leagues in minor league baseball, the SEC is just advanced rookie ball almost.
The 1-2 to Levy. Swung on, hits this one high and deep into center field. Powell backing up, and it falls over his head. It's going to hit up over the wall for a ground rule double onto the batter's eye. Stuart Levy, that one was just a rocket off his bat, and I think Powell might have lost it in the sun or didn't get a good read on it or something, but that one landed over his head and one hopped the wall.
Well, that's a big thing for Levy to sort of get out of a mini funk he's had over the last couple of days.
That brings up Jared Mitchell. Were you surprised to see Jack Leiter go over Rocker? I know a lot of people.
I was not. Leiter's the guy with the more pitchability, more room to grow. You look at a guy like Leiter, looks kind of a little bit younger, has room to grow. Rocker just looks like a grown man.
Rockers have their first hit of the ball game on the Stuart Levy double. First pitch to Jared Mitchell, big swing and a miss, strike one. The Wake Forest Baptist Health Injury Report. Randy Norris remains on the injured list, dealing with the hamstring issue. Here is the 0-1 to Mitchell, fastball. This is outside. That looked, it had to be in the low 90s for Austin Glorious. He's got some speed on his fastball today. Curveball fouled off, and the count 1-2. Game one of today's doubleheader. It's game one of a 4-game series with Gastonia and game one of a 7-game homestand for the Rockers. Come into today with a 18-22 record, but unfortunately for High Point, 5-9 at home, 13-13 on the road. There's the 1-2 to Mitchell. Fastball up. And the throw down to Levy to try to get Levy at second base. It goes into center field, but Boog Powell is there to back it up. Levy is back in safely at second. That pitch to Mitchell missed in the count 2-2.
We've seen a couple of guys try and do that. Most of the time, it's Stuart Levy trying to gun someone out. We have not seen an opposing catcher try and do it yet.
Levy was a good bit off the bag. I think a good throw from Sucre might have had him. The 2-2 from Glorious. Holds the set as he looks at Levy, now delivers. Off speed, Mitchell hits this one weakly, right back up the middle, but it gets through. Manager Jamie Keefe is waving around Stuart Levy. He will score. It's an RBI single from Jared Mitchell, and the Rockers take their first run of the ball game. It's now 5-1.
Now batting left fielder James McOwen.
Brings up James McOwen, hitting at 281. Well, the offense looks a little better here in the second inning after Glorious had retired the first 5 hitters of the game, now back-to-back hits. And Glorious comes set, ready to deliver. First pitch to McOwen. Fastball misses up 1-0. High Point's offense has come in spurts over the last week or so, and when the tap is open, opposing teams better watch out. That one misses, count 2-0. Mitchell takes his lead off of first. And Glorious delivers the 2-0 to McOwen. Fastball, and that's in there for a strike. And the count 2-1. Fairly dark gray cloud is sitting right over us right now, but weather report was very favorable. This should just be a passing cloud. And here's the 2-1 to McOwen. Strike at the knees, 2-2. Hey, you said it in your beginning of the game weather report. It is hot out there today.
It is. And with the turf, it is steamy out there.
2 balls, 2 strikes to James McOwen as Mitchell takes his lead off of first. Glorious, a long look into Sucre. Now comes Seth, delivers the 2-2. Off speed, McOwen swings, gives this one a ride to center field. Powell going back and makes the catch at the track for the final out of the inning. So a couple of really hard hit balls for the High Point Rockers this inning. They get one run to show for it on the RBI single from Jared Mitchell. We come back, David Blake will have your play-by-play. Rockers trail 5-1 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Have kept over 63 million plastic bottles and counting from entering landfills, waterways, and oceans. Visit Felt.com to learn more. All right, fans, put your fins up. Get ready to dance to Jimmy Buffett's song, Fins. The Fin Game is brought to you by B&H Pool and Patio Shop, celebrating over 50 years of providing high-quality service in all your pool needs in High Point, North Carolina.
To the top of the third we go. Javid Blank alongside Kendrick Furch. Thanks so much for joining us. Game one of a 4-game set and a Tuesday doubleheader at Truist Point. Honey Hunters lead the Rockers by a 5-1 score. Manuel Tapia, Manuel Geraldo, and Boone Powell 8, 9, and 1 in the order due up for Gastonia. They've sent, in the first 2 innings, 16 batters to the plate. 7 of them have recorded a hit, and 2 more have been hit by a pitch. And then 1 walked. It was Boog Powell to start the game. First pitch, curveball, misses up high. 1 ball, 1 no strikes.
I think for Stem, it's absolutely huge for him to try to put up a 0 this inning and try to regain.
The pitch, fastball, misses low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Try to regain a little bit of authority on this game, because so far, Gastonia hitters have felt like they can do whatever they wanted.
The pitch, swing, molished out to right field and fair. Home run, Emmanuel Tapia. His 9th home run of the season. That ball was absolutely crushed over the right field wall, and it is now a 6-1 lead.
Yeah, nothing to say about that other than that ball went a long way down the right field line.
Tapia crosses home, gives a high five to Geraldo, and heads back to the dugout. Geraldo is one of just 2 players in the Honey Hunters lineup that has not reached base today. Ended the first inning on a fielder's choice. First pitch, curveball, misses low, 1-0. For Tapia, home run number 9 on the season, RBI number 19, and also extends the hitting streak to 6 in a row. The pitch, swing and a miss, fastball down low. Count evens up 1 ball and 1 strike to the switch hitting Geraldo. Geraldo up from the left side, Stem in from the right side. The righty kicks and fires. Slider, fouled off. Count goes to 1-2.
We saw Geraldo's first game of the year for Gastonia. Came against the Rockers. He went 2 for 4 in that one.
The pitch, curveball, check swing. They check down to third. Tim Detweiler says he does not go. Count evens up 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. The pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And Geraldo goes down swinging for out number 1 here in the 3rd inning. And it's that slider again from Craig Stem that's been probably his best pitch all day.
For Stem, that's his 2nd strikeout.
That slider's coming in there real slow, averaging just 79 miles an hour. The fastball's at up to 93. The pitch, swing and a miss, strike one to the leadoff man, Boog Powell. The top three in this order today have had 6 plate appearances, 5 at-bats, and they're 5 for 5 with a walk. Powell's the only one with a walk. That was the lead off the game. The pitch, swing, popped foul. Third base side off the netting. Count quickly to 0-2. That sinker, though, for Craig Stem is what was the home run pitch to Tapia. It's kind of been his kryptonite. First part of the season, it was the two-seam fastball. Now it seems to be the sinker. The pitch, fastball, misses up and in, 1 ball and 2 strikes. His last start, the sinker averaged an exit velocity of 93 miles an hour. A hard hit ball is around that. Pitch, backs Powell up off the inside corner. Count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I like what Craig Stem's doing here. After he got the 2 quick strikes, he's backing him off the plate a little bit with his last 2. Let's see if he goes to that off-speed pitch here.
The pitch, slider again, fouled straight back. And looks like it might have kind of parted Stuart Levy. Home plate umpire Calvin Baker runs out a new baseball to Craig Stem. Count stays at 2-2. 1 out here in the top of the 3rd inning. Rockers down 6-1. 6 runs on 8 hits for Gastonia here in the early going. This is Boog Powell's 3rd time up today. We're only in the 3rd inning. He's on track for 7 plate appearances in the ballgame today.
And the Gastonia win flip-flops the Rockers and Honey Hunters for 2nd place in the standings as well.
Stem delivers. Slider, swing and a miss, strike 3 in the inside corner. 3rd strikeout today for Stem. All of them have come off the slider with 2 outs. That brings up Mike Pappy. That's just a filthy pitch from Stem. There's a lot of movement left to right. That thing just gets buried on the back foot. Starts it off the outside corner and just comes back in, especially to a lefty. This is the lineup with a lot of them. 5 lefties and a switch hitter. The pitch, fastball, misses inside, 1-0. Pappy on the day, 2 for 2, 2 singles, and has scored twice. Stem kicks and fires. Swing, fouled off the front knee of Pappy. And he kind of hobbles and skips over.
The top 5, or check that, the top 3 in the lineup for Gastonia responsible for 5 of the 6 runs.
They've had themselves quite a day here in the early going. The pitch, swing, pop foul, 3rd base side out of play. Count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jason Rogers is on deck, who, after struggling against the Rockers this year, has promptly gone 2 for 2 with 3 runs batted in today. Stem delivers. Slider bites the dirt. Count goes to 1-2. Check that, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
It seems like with the exception of that slider, Craig Stem is not getting a whole lot of swings and misses. Everything's either hit hard or fouled off. And we've seen some very lengthy at-bats by these Gastonia hitters.
This is pitch number 75 for Craig Stem. The pitch. Slider fouled straight back and gets home plate umpire Calvin Baker in the worst spot imaginable. And Stuart Levy sits up with him, makes sure he's okay as Joe Geck, the Rockers trainer, comes out. 3rd and 1st base umpires now all kind of converge. And that was a ball that just got tipped right back. And the most painful spot to be hit is exactly where Calvin Baker got hit. Jamie Keefe helps him up and gets a nice little applause from the crowd. All smiles out there. Mauro Guzzo, the manager for the Honey Hunters, comes out and gives him a smile. Tim Detweiler gives him a pat in the back. Well, 6-1 the score, top of the 3rd inning. And now Baker's just kind of laughing it off, walking away. why you wear a cup. Two and two the count, 2 outs. Nobody on, 1 run in the inning. And Mike Pappy, the lefty, steps back into the box. My broadcast partner is containing himself. You've held it together remarkably well.
I didn't think you were going to go there, and then you went there.
The pitch from Stem. Slider misses away. Count goes to 3 balls and 2 strikes.
We were all thinking it. You were just the one that said it.
Avoided a very scary situation and painful. The payoff pitch. Slider fouled straight back. Count stays at 3 and 2.
In all seriousness, we'll talk about a scary situation. When Gastonia was at Southern Maryland a few days ago, the home plate umpire, I believe, had to leave the game due to getting.
That was in Lancaster.
Lancaster, yeah.
Big foul ball got straight back and under the mask. Now time is called by Pappy. He'll step out, take an extra hack. And this is another long at-bat. The last at-bat to Boog Powell, 6 pitches. Geraldo's was 5, and this is going to an 8th pitch. Delivers, swing, ground ball right at Jerry Downs at first, gobbles it up, takes about 5 steps over, and touches the bag for out number 3. So the last 3 in the inning retired. The only problem is Emmanuel Tapia led it off with a homer. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors. Nobody left on base. 6-1 the score through 2.5 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Hey, Rockers fans, pucker up and grab your sweetheart. It's time for the Blue Ridge Company's Kiss Can. Celebrating their 20th year of providing high-quality housing for Rockland residents, Blue Ridge Companies is proud to be the official housing provider of the Highway Rockers. To find your next home, visit them online at blueridgecompanies.com.
Bottom of the 3rd inning, Honey Hunters lead the Rockers by a 6-1 score. Javik Blake alongside Kendrick Fruits. Thanks so much for joining us. Giovanni Alfonso, Johnny Field, Michael Russell, 9-1-2 in the order, due up for High Point, as they faced Austin Gorius while Greg Stem has thrown a ton of pitches today, up near 80 pitches for the Rockers, Gorius has thrown just 28 pitches and has allowed only 2 hits to the Rockers. Alfonso, the 9th man he faces today. Other side of things, 20 guys have already been up for Gastonia. This is the Rockers' 9th plate appearance in the ballgame. Alfonso up from the right side. It's his first at-bat today. And now he steps into the box. Red batting gloves, royal blue wristbands. As Gorius from the stretch delivers. Fastball misses high, 1-0. And Gorius is really popping the glove with that fastball. Average velo, 93 miles an hour. The max is 95. He just rears back and fires. The pitch, fastball, misses away, 2-0.
It's not very often you're going to see a starter or anybody in this league, for that matter, average a fastball quite at that amount.
The pitch, fastball. Called a strike on the outside corner, 2-1. The thing with Gorius, usually you see a guy who throws 95 miles an hour as a starter. The question is, why is he not in AAA, AA? Gorius' problem is that there's just no movement to it. The pitch, Swing, ground ball right at third. Saleh picks it up 2 steps, throws to first, and retires Alfonso for out number 1. Brings up the top of the order and Johnny Field. But for Gorius, his big thing is he just hasn't found the movement on those pitches yet. Sometimes it's really up and down. And a fastball, no matter how fast it is, when it's just up and down straight at you, you can time it up pretty easily. That's what we've seen his last couple of starts.
Well, it's like I remember when Aroldis Chapman went through a rough patch with the Yankees a few years ago. They said his fastball was just straight, and you can hit 102 if it's straight.
First pitch, swing and a miss. Slider that just kind of falls off the outside corner from Gorius. Field on the day, 0 for 1. Struck out swing as the first batter of the ball game. 1 of 2 strikeout victims today. The pitch, fastball. Dots just outside the outside corner.
The other thing that Glorious has going for him, he's not missing the plate a whole lot, so Rockers hitters know that they have to be on their toes to swing, and that's when he darts one down and away out of the zone, and he gets you to chase on it or make really weak contact.
1 ball, 1 strike the count. Glorious delivers. Big looping slider. Called a strike on the outside corner. Count goes to 1 and 2. Glorious' slider is averaging 81 miles an hour today. That fastball, meanwhile, is way up there at 92, 93. So there's a sizable difference. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball misses away, 2 and 2. Michael Russell on deck, Steven Cardullo behind him. Rockers down 6-1, bottom of the 3rd inning. Game 1 of a doubleheader from here is Truist Point. It's a battle for 2nd place in the South Division. Both the Rockers and the Honey Hunters 8.5 games back. The pitch. Swing. Line drive. Over towards the right field line. Skoll going over and makes the catch on the run. Retires Field for out number 2. Brings up Michael Russell. Stuart Levy and Jared Mitchell are the only 2 players in the Rockers lineup to have a hit today. They were back-to-back plate appearances. Levy doubled, Mitchell brought him in. It's the only run on the scoreboard for High Point. The pitch. Swing, line drive towards Geraldo and right under the glove in the left field for a base hit.
That's just a sinking line drive off of the bat of Russell, and Geraldo thought he was going to make a backhanded stab, but the ball went in between his glove and his body.
Brings up Steven Cardullo. 1 on, 2 outs. Rockers down by 5 here in the 3rd. Cardullo flew out to deep center field last time he was up to end the 1st inning. Glorious delivers. Swing, popped up. 3rd base side, foul territory. Saleh going out towards left. Geraldo behind him. Geraldo keeps going, and it bounces down foul in the Honey Hunters bullpen. Count goes to 0-1. I think Saleh just lost it. Was at one point looking straight up and had his arms outstretched.
When Gerardo kind of pushed him out of the way a little bit and said, "I've got this."
And then did not happen. The wind is blowing like crazy down that 3rd base line. It's blowing straight out to left, so anything that gets up in that jet stream gets taken for a ride. So Cardullo back in the box from the right side. Russell, 2-step lead off of first. The pitch. Fastball. Misses high and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Looping curve. And smashed way foul down the left field line, out of play. Count goes to 1-2.
The ball would have been very much out of here had it stayed fair.
Cardullo steps back in. Glorious 1 pitch away from 3 very effective innings so far. The pitch. Fastball. Misses away. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, for Sucre, too, when you miss outside with the fastball, with as much life on it as Glorious does, it almost spins Sucre around into perfect position to try to throw the runner at first base.
The pitch. Curveball, swing, lifted out towards right field. Skull takes about 2 steps back and makes the catch for out number 3. So we're through 3 of the 7 innings here in game 1 of the doubleheader, and the Rockers score no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base here in the 3rd. It's 6-1 Gastonia. We head to the 4th. Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van Yorkado.
I feel like we should be seeing.
Fans, which one is it? Shout it out! Shout it out! Back to point and watch your favorite Rockers players go up against the Gastonia Honey Hunters tomorrow and Thursday at 7:05 p.m. Don't forget to bring 3 or more items for the Old Dominion Freight Line Food Drive on Thursday. You can also support the Salvation Army and receive a free ticket on Christmas in July and Dollar Beer Night. We hope you join us again this weekend for post-game fireworks after Friday night's game. A free pregame concert from 4 to 6 on Saturday, presented by Colbert High Point. And for post-game, kids run the bases on Sunday. Be sure to come and cheer on your High Point Rockers. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Top of the 4th inning from Truist Point, Javik Blake alongside Kendrick Fruits. Thanks so much for joining us on your Tuesday evening. Game 1 of a 4-game set. Game 1 of a doubleheader between the Honey Hunters and the Rockers. Gastonia leads 6-1. They scored 3 in the first, 2 in the second, and 1 in the third, all against Craig Stem, who's still out there for the Rockers at 78 pitches. Jason Rogers comes up from the right side to lead things off. The pitch, fastball way up and inside. Rogers ducks out. Count goes to 1-0. Rogers on the day, 2 for 2, 2 singles, and 3 runs batted in. Stem kicks and fires. Slider misses low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I think the thought process here, if you can get through this inning with Stem, that's 4. Then the designated hitter spot comes up, you let him hit. Then you can have maybe a pitcher go.
The pitch, fastball, dots the zone up high.
One can go 2 innings, and then one can go 1, and you're out of this game.
Counted 2-1. Stem kicks and fires. Swing, line drive, base hit center field. So Jason Rogers is now 3 for 3 on the day with 3 straight singles. And it brings up Joshua Saleh here in the 4th.
But yeah, if you get through this inning with Stem as your starter, you use your designated hitter in the bottom of the 4th inning, and then maybe use 2 pitchers to get through 3 innings to finish the game, and then you're going into your bullpen game in game 2 with really only 2 guys unavailable.
There's currently nobody up in the Rockers bullpen. It is pretty dead silent. First pitch to Saleh. Swing, popped up, third base side out of play. Count goes to 0-1.
Well, it helps that you are getting a little bit of reinforcements for an inning in the second game of the doubleheader.
And maybe even 2, depending on how long David Robertson goes. Stem kicks and fires. Swing, fouled off again, third base line out of play. Count goes to 0-2.
You got to think Team USA's got him on pretty strict limits.
But this is also the first competitive professional game he's pitching outside of the qualifier tournaments all year long. had pitched in the last chance qualifying tournament. The pitch, curveball, cold, strike 3 on the inside corner. And Saleh is rung up looking for the second time today and is retired for out number 1.
That's strikeout number 4 for Craig Stem. So despite the fact that he's been hit hard all day, at least he's got that strikeout pitch working for him.
And Robertson last pitching in the Americas qualifier. The last chance qualifier was between 3 teams. 2 teams bowed out, but 3 teams overall. The pitch, slider, misses away to Asinski. Count goes to 1-0. And outside of that tournament that saw the U.S. play somewhere in the ballpark of 5 to 6 ball games, as David Robertson now appears in the dugout, high socks and all. Pitch from Stem, fastball, misses away. Count goes to 2-0. It's good to see Robertson sporting the high socks. There were times in the qualifying tournament that he did not go with the high socks, but Robertson, someone that is known for the high socks. The 2-0 pitch, slider, called a strike on the inside corner, 2-1.
It's going to be really interesting to talk to him, a guy who has pitched so much without using an ABS system, a TrackMan system to call balls and strikes. It'll be interesting to hear his adjustments and how he...
The pitch, swing and a miss, a slider that Stem just buries outside. Count evens at 2-2.
And see maybe how it changes his approach on certain hitters.
I'm going to go with he does not care. To him, it's just a strike. It's just a strike zone. For someone who has played for as long and at high of a level, I think it matters too much. The pitch, slider, misses away, 3-2. Rogers on first, Asinski up from the right side. Gastonia leads 6-1 here in the top of the 4th inning with 1 out. The pitch, swing, line drive into left. Coming on is McGowan, makes the catch and rifles it back in. As Rogers scampers back to first, reaches Jerry Downs on 1 hop. And Asinski retired for out number 2, brings up Jake Skoll. Well, that was a gun from James McGowan in left.
I don't think Jerry Downs was ready for the hop that he got on it.
Skoll up from the left side. 0 for 1. Got robbed of a base hit by Jared Mitchell on a majestic diving catch in the first inning. Stem delivers. Fastball. Misses inside, 1-0. I think another thing for Robertson with adjusting to the ABS for these guys that haven't done it in a while, Mitch Atkins said the number one thing is just attack hitters. And Robertson's thing was never be cute with it. It was always attack. The pitch, fastball, misses away, 2 balls and no strikes. The pitch from Stem. Swing and a miss. Took something off of it. Went with the sinker.
Rogers had a hard hit base hit to start the inning, but Stem's looked much better here in the 4th.
So Skoll back into the box. 2-1 the count. The pitch. Curveball. Misses away. 3 balls, 1 strike. Infield just about straight up. Alfonso maybe 2 or 3 steps to his right at short. It's towards the second base bag. Cardullo maybe a couple steps over towards second. The pitch. Swing. Smacked high in the air. Foul territory. Third base side towards the bullpen. Cardullo under it and makes the catch for out number 3. The scoring today for Gastonia has gone 3, 2, 1, and 0. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left aboard. It's 6-1 Gastonia as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Okay, everyone, it's time for the Crescent 4 Dizzy Bat Race. Turn your attention to the area in front of first base dugout for tonight's contest between John and Maggie. John is closest to the dugout, and Maggie is on the field side. They will spin on their bats, keeping their heads on the bat and bats on the ground until I say go. Then they will drop the bats and race to height. Are you ready? On your mark, get set, spin. All right, come on, fans, the louder you cheer, the faster they spin. Let's make some noise. We could very well have a man and a woman down here in just a moment as they try to make their way down height. One down. He's down. Okay, folks, go. And there is Maggie. Great job, Maggie.
Bottom four, Rockers down 6-1 against Gastonia in game one of a Tuesday doubleheader. Javik Blake alongside Kendrick Fruits. Thanks so much for joining us. 4, 5, 6 in the order. Jerry Downs, Adam Taylor, and Stuart Levy all due up for the Rockers against Austin Glorious, who's thrown just 43 pitches through 3 innings and has really kind of figured out his struggles of his last 2 starts. Got hit hard, 11.88 the ERA in his last 2 starts, but has had success against the Rockers. One of just 3 players to be involved in a 1-for-1 trade this year in the Atlantic League. Was traded to Gastonia a few weeks back when Miles Williams was traded to Southern Maryland. So last time he faced the Rockers, he was wearing a Blue Crabs uniform. Today wearing a Honey Hunters uniform. First pitch to Downs. Looks at a fastball off the outside corner, 1-0. Miles Williams is the most traded player in independent baseball this year. Glorious delivers. Curveball. Misses inside, 2-0. Williams was traded from Gastonia to Southern Maryland, with Southern Maryland sending Austin Glorious down to Gastonia. The pitch, fastball, misses up high. Downs way up, now 3 balls and no strikes. Williams was then traded again to West Virginia. The pitch. Looks at a fastball away, ball 4, and Downs gets on as the leadoff man. First time today the Rockers have been able to get the leadoff man on base. Brings up Adam Taylor. Nobody out here in the 4th inning. And Glorious all of a sudden, after all the good things said, opens the inning with a 4-pitch walk. Edwin Espinal, the man being traded to Southern Maryland to finish up the trade with Williams. The first pitch, swing, ground ball right out of Sinski at second. To second for 1, on to first in time. And the twin killing takes out Downs and Taylor and quickly erases the 4-pitch walk. For Gastonia, that is their 39th double play of the year. Lancaster in first in the league overall. They've turned 41. So right at the top of the things is the Rockers, Barnstormers, and Honey Hunters. Levy up from the right side. The pitch, fastball, right down the middle, called strike 1. Levy on the day has the only extra base hit for the Rockers. Doubled back in the second, came around to score. 6-1 the score, bottom of the 4th inning. The pitch, fastball, misses low. Evens things up, 1 ball and 1 strike. And that double play off the bat of Adam Taylor to retire Jerry Downs, who got on via 4-pitch walk. Really a big thing for Glorious. The pitch, check swing, off the outside corner, but doesn't go. Ball is away. Count goes to 2-1. For Glorious, that gets the pitch count down. Just had 50 pitches through 3 2/3, and in a 7-inning ball game, that's huge. He gives you the ability to go maybe 7. The pitch, curveball, misses away. And leave you all of a sudden way ahead. Count at 3 balls and 1 strike.
Now, how cool is this? David Robertson's family also made it out to the ballpark earlier today, and his kid's over there talking to him right now.
The pitch, swing, grounded foul wide of third. Count goes to 3-2. It's a family experience, especially for someone like David Robertson, who in a couple weeks is headed off to Japan. He's not going to be able to see his family. They aren't allowing families. They aren't allowing fans in Tokyo, so he's got to really leave everything back in America for a couple of weeks and head to Japan. The pitch. Check swing, fouled off. Count stays at 3-2 with 2 outs. Now, it's not like a situation where Robertson is going to play in the NPB or the KBO where he's gone for a full season, but just a couple of weeks. Chance to rep the red, white, and blue USA across the chest. Son's got a Rail Riders hat, which is fantastic, the Yankees AAA farm team. The pitch from Gorius. Fastball way up high, ball 4, and Gorius surrenders his second walk of the inning. Brings up Jared Mitchell with 2 outs and 1 on. Rockers down 6-1 in the 4th.
And, you know, for a guy like Robertson, who he's already won a World Series championship, he's already won a World Baseball Classic championship, that's got to be the next coolest thing to represent your country now for a chance at a gold medal in the Olympics.
Well, and that Japan team that the U.S. had to face a couple of times in their road to the World Baseball Classic title back in 2017 is no different than the Japanese team. First pitch, fastball, bounces into the glove of Sucre, 1-0. No different than the Japanese team he faces in Tokyo. In Japan, the NPB, much like the NHL does, takes a break for the Olympics to send Team Japan to the Olympics.
Like so the NHL used to.
They actually are. They're still doing it. They're coming back with it next time around with the Olympics. The pitch, fastball, misses away. 2 balls and no strikes. It's coming back in the NHL.
It caused quite a bit of controversy when guys like Alexander Ovechkin and Sidney Crosby couldn't go represent their countries.
Well, now time is called as pitching coach Reggie Harris makes a walk to the mound. Raises pitch count up to now 56 pitches. And during the inning, he's thrown 13 pitches. 10 of them have been walks and just 3 strikes. So Harris talks with Gorius. Obviously, the biggest Japanese baseball superstar will not be there in Shohei Ohtani. He will instead be premiering tonight, starting in the 1 spot in the lineup and on the mound for the American League in the All-Star game in Colorado this year. You listen to the pregame interview with Billy Horn. Michael Russell apparently is the only player in baseball better than Shohei Ohtani. I don't know how good Michael Russell is at pitching, though. Give him a ball, we'll find out. You never know. Mitchell back in from the left side. Harris departs back to the dugout. 1 on, 2 outs. Gorius fires. Fastball misses low. 1 ball and no strikes.
I feel like there's a very good chance between the conditions at Coors Field and the young power in these lineups, we could see a record home runs in the All-Star game.
The pitch, fastball, called to strike. Count now at 3 balls and 1 strike to Mitchell. You definitely could. The All-Star game in Major League Baseball, traditionally very low scoring. The pitch, swing, lifted out towards left center field. Pappy going back with Powell towards the track, and Powell gives way to Pappy to make the catch just a couple of steps in front of the little outlet in the left center field corner. in the inning for the Rockers. 2 men get aboard, 1 wiped away with the double play, and the other stranded aboard. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 runner left on base. We're through 4 here at Truist Point. Rockers down 6-1. Back after this. The Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
At the High Point Rockers, we believe in knocking education out of the park. Wesleyan Christian Academy, High Point Christian Academy, High Point Prince School, Piedmont School, and Westchester Country Day School. Offer students the opportunity to grow and learn in a fun and competitive environment. For more information, visit each school's website and get your child started on the path to success today. Fans, their Pregame Wireless Roll of Honor, located in Section 104, is in recognition of the servicemen and women who put on the uniform of all armed forces and stand ready to defend the great nation. Included in these seats is our POW OIA seat, which will always remain unused in honor of those who have not come home. Please rise if you are currently serving or have served in our armed forces. Thank you for your service. And thank you to Pregame Wireless for sponsoring the Rockers Roll of Honor. We honor the hometown hero of your life. We aim to sit in our Roll of Honor by sliding the highpointrockers.com.
Top of the 5th inning, new man on the mound for the Rockers. It is righty John Hayes. Rockers down 6-1 against the Honey Hunters. Game 1 of a doubleheader. Javid Blake alongside Kendrick Fruits. Craig Stem's day is over after going 4 innings, giving up 9 hits, 6 runs, all of them earned, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts, and 1 massive home run to Emmanuel Tapia, and gives way to John Hayes.
John Hayes on the year, 0-1, 13.50 ERA. This is appearance number 7. He has made 1 start this year, 8 innings pitched. He's allowed 12 runs, 3 home runs in those 8 innings, 7 walks, 8 strikeouts, and opponents hitting .405.
And the thinking with putting Hayes into the game now as Jesus Sucre comes up to the plate is it gets rid of the bad memories from Sunday. 5 runs on 3 hits and 2 walks and a grand slam, a massive one to Tillman Pugh. So it gets in back-to-back games, trying to kind of rid that memory of Sunday. First pitch to Sucre. Fastball, called a strike on the outside corner.
Well, not only that, but Hayes could even potentially give you 2 innings here. Because remember, you're trying to save as much as you can for the back half of this doubleheader.
Because you essentially don't have a starter. Joey Hennessy is the quote-unquote starter. The pitch. Swing, line drive to left center, going over his field towards the corner. It gets down, takes 2 hops, bounces off the wall. Sucre rounds first, heads into second. And the second hit of the day for Jesus Sucre leads off the 5th with a double. Brings up Emmanuel Tapia.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we're going to see one of 2 things from Jamie Keefe. It's either going to be A, he leads off his designated hitter, or B, it could be like what we saw with Lexington a couple weeks ago where they just put the pitcher in the 9 spot.
And it looks like we have a pinch hitter, and we do. Pinch hitting in the DH spot. Emmanuel Tapia is done after a 1-for-1 day with a home run. It's Will Johnson out of Charlotte, North Carolina. The pitch. Curveball bites low, and Levy does a good job to block it up. Hits him in the upper shoulder area. Count it 1 ball and no strikes.
But the interesting thing about that is nobody's up in the bullpen for Gastonia, so it's a pinch hitter for Tapia, but Glorious will still be out to pitch in the next inning.
Johnson on the year batting .163. The pitch. Fastball. Misses away. Count goes to 2 balls and no strikes. 2 runs batted in and struck out 9 times. The .428 OPS, worst on the team out of all qualified hitters. Hayes delivers. Fastball. Misses off the outside corner. And the struggles continue for John Hayes. Now a 3 balls and no strike count. Last 7 batters he's faced have not been retired. All of them have reached base one way or another. The pitch. Fastball. Called the strike on the outside corner. Count goes to 3-1.
Now as we've passed 6:30, we're starting to kind of see the shadows in a formation we're normally used to. Started the game in complete sunlight, now behind the plate and up to the mound in some foul territory, starting to get covered in shade.
Hayes kicks and fires. Fastball misses low, ball 4. And Johnson walks, puts runners on first and second. Nobody out for Geraldo. Time for a check of the Atlantic League scoreboard, brought to you by Ginny Mara Cruise Planners. 2 games in progress right now. Top of the first inning, York and Lancaster. It's Jake Welch going for York, a team that's kind of trying to turn things around. Augie Silk goes for Lancaster. And on Long Island, it's West Virginia and the Ducks. First pitch bunted down the third baseline. In comes Cardullo. Barehands it. Sidearm to first. Downs. Picks it out of the dirt in time. And what a pretty play from Steven Cardullo.
Well, we saw Cardullo getting some defensive work before the game today, but he's shown very much in his couple of weeks here why he is already establishing himself as probably one of the best defensive third basemen in the Atlantic League.
Sacrifice bunt pushes Johnson to second. Sucre to third. 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning. Honey Hunters lead 6-1. Joe Harris goes for West Virginia. Scott Harkin, start number 2 for him for Long Island. The pitch, curveball, swing, bounced on the dirt a couple of times. Russell up with it. Now, instead of going home, at first thought about it, but just simply underhands to Jerry Downs. And that retires Powell for out number 2. RBI ground out for Boog Powell brings home Sucre. Johnson to third, and the score is now 7-1. Mike Pappy comes up from the left side. He's 2 for 3 today. Single in the first, single in the second. Already getting his 4th at-bat of the day here in the 5th inning. Johnson's the lone man on the base pass. He stands 90 feet away from scoring. The pitch, fastball, misses low. 1 ball and no strikes. The one other game in action tonight, set to get started in just about 30 minutes, is Southern Maryland and Lexington. The Legends at home, where they are 17-2 this year. The pitch, swing, line drive to right. Mitchell going over, and it bounces down in front of him. Coming home is Johnson. Rounding first is Pappy, as Mitchell fires it back in. The score is now 8-1 here in the 5th inning. Back-to-back RBI at bats for the Honey Hunters.
Well, the big league scoreboard report's easy today. It's the All-Star game later tonight. Yesterday, what a fantastic home run derby. I love the finals, not only for Pete Alonso and then watching his reaction at the end, but
first pitch to Rogers. Fastball. Misses away. 1 ball and no strikes.
I also don't think you can say enough about Trey Mancini and what he's gone through the last year plus, and to make it to the finals of the home run derby last night was just really, really cool.
I'm just sad Shohei didn't get past the first round. The pitch, taken, but called the strike. Count evens up. 1 ball and 1 strike. Rogers on the day, 3 for 3, 3 singles, 3 runs batted in. Has also scored 1, so he's responsible for half the runs in the scoreboard right now. The pitch from Hayes. Swing, popped up. Right side of the infield. Russell under in short right. Makes the catch for out number 3. And the Rockers get out of the 5th, only allowing 2. 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. We head to the bottom half of the 5th inning. It is 8-1 Rockers on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Visit highpointrockers.com for more information. Rockers fans, it's time to dance. Show us your skills and follow along with our promotions team on the dugouts.
Bottom of the 5th inning, James McOwen, Giovanni Alfonso, and then the top of the order, and Johnny Fields are up for the Rockers. It is a 8-1 ball game. Gastonia over High Point. Javik Blake alongside Kendrick Fruits. Austin Gorey is back on the hill. Storyline outside of Gastonia's offense has been glorious today. He's been fantastic. First pitch, fastball, misses away. 1 ball and no strikes. McOwen on the day, 0 for 1. Flew out to center back in the 2nd inning. The pitch, swing and a miss, elevated fastball. Count evens up, 1 ball and 1 strike.
A right-handed pitcher with high socks is up in the Rockers bullpen, but it is not David Robertson, it's Ryan Chafee.
Why would you do that? That's so mean. That's so mean.
Robertson is expected to pitch today in Game 2 of the doubleheader.
The pitch, swing and a miss, fastball in the outside corner. Count goes to 1-2. That's just mean, dude. That's just mean. 8 runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Honey Hunters. 1 run, 3 hits, and no errors for the Rockers. The pitch, big looping curve swing, dribbled out in front of home plate. Glorious grabs it, the long throw to first, fires a bullet, and beats McOwen by a step for out number 1.
Well, McOwen kind of slow getting out of the box there. Almost wonder if he wasn't sure that that ball was fair.
I don't blame him. It was just a slow bouncing ground ball up the third base line, but Corey is able to snag it and just fired a bullet to first. Brings up Giovanni Alfonso, 0 for 1 today. Steps up from the right side. Alfonso currently riding a 7-game hit streak. The pitch, fastball, misses high, 1-0.
Fans starting to file in a little bit more as we get closer to the 7 o'clock hour. Game 2 of the doubleheader scheduled for a half hour after Game 1.
The pitch, swing and a miss. Count evens up, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Everybody wanting to get in and get a look at the Olympian, who the Rockers can now claim as one of their own.
Swing and a miss and a fastball in the outside corner. Count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes on Alfonso. 1 out in the inning, nobody on. Top of the order up next, and Johnny Field.
Does it not throw you off any that it's still the 2020 Olympics?
Yeah, slightly. Glorious kicks and fires. Swing and tipped right back in the glove of Sucre. Alfonso retired on the strikeout. Brings up the top of the order. That is strikeout number 3 on the day for Glorious. And Johnny Field strides up to the plate from the right side.
One thing that Austin Glorious does for this Gastonia pitching staff is it brings in a guy who doesn't have quite the walk numbers that the rest of this staff does.
Coming in today, had walked 26 in 32 innings, so not the best number, but definitely not some of the numbers you'll see from guys later this series. Glorious fires home. Swing and a miss. Fastball outside. 0-1.
It just kind of feels like the Rockers don't have an answer for the north-south action that comes out of Glorious's right hand.
Now, Glorious's walk rate was a lot worse with Southern Maryland, 24 and 27 innings. Been better with Gastonia. Curveball way up and in. Gets field on the upper shoulder. And the hit by pitch puts a runner on for Michael Russell here in the 5th.
Yeah,
The third hit by pitch combined in this game. First by Glorious, but he's also only walked 2.
Two outs in the inning. Bottom of the 5th, Javid Blake alongside Kendrick Fruits. Rockers are down 8-1 to Gastonia, trying to avoid losing their 4th straight game and 7th of their last 9. The pitch, curveball, swing, dribbled down the first baseline. Rogers picks it up. Russell dives outside the bag, and the underhanded throw isn't in time. An infield single for Michael Russell on a ball that got no more than 60 feet down the line.
And what a round of applause for Michael Russell. That just shows you what kind of player he is, too. He never gave up on that play, and he gave himself every opportunity to beat out that throw.
Runner in scoring position now for just the 2nd time today. Steven Cardullo comes up. Rockers 1 for 1 with runners in scoring position today. Russell at first, Field at second. Cardullo 0 for 2 on the day. Flew out to center, flew out to right. The pitch, curveball, swing and a miss. Cardullo way out in front of it. Count goes to 0-1.
And he's kind of leveled out, has Steven Cardullo. He got off to a really hot start, and he was really cold. Now things have just kind of leveled out. He's kind of putting in, consecutive 1 for 4 days here and there.
Glorious checks second, now kicks and fires. Curveball misses away.
Make no mistake, though, he continues to be one of the most dangerous bats in this lineup.
1 ball, 1 strike the count. And Cardullo and Downs, really the 2 big guys in the middle.
And also coinciding with Levy's getting hot as well.
Levy's cooled off in the last week or so, but 2 weeks prior to that, he was red hot. The pitch, curveball, misses low. Bounces right into the chest protector of Sucre. Count goes to 2-1. And now Sucre calls time, walks out with home plate umpire Calvin Baker to go over the signs with Glorious. If you're listening to the game in the radio currently and are in the High Point area, make sure to head out to the ballpark for game number 2. Just a couple of innings away from the end of game 1. Then after a 30-minute break, we start up with game number 2. Taco Tuesday at the Point. You can head down to the Pitching Kitchen, get yourself some specialty tacos. That Adam Taylor commented on Instagram under the Rockers post day that he would have liked some delivered to him while playing right field tonight. I don't know if that can be arranged, but they are good tacos. Pitch Cardullo. Curveball misses low again. Count goes to 3-1. Jerry Downs on deck. Adam Taylor, the taco man himself, behind him. Actually, check that. That's now the pitcher's spot with the departure of Craig Stem. Cardullo now calls time and steps out. 3-1 the count, 2 outs. Rockers down by 7 here in the 5th inning. The pitch, fastball, misses low, ball 4. And they're loaded up for Jerry Downs.
Next up for the Rockers, Jerry Downs.
Down to 7 home runs on the year. The interesting thing is just one of them has come at home. Downs up from the left side, 0 for 1. Walked back in the 4th in his last at-bat.
Despite that, he still hits .333 at home, also hits .333 on the road.
Pitch from Glorious. Fastball. Misses away, 1 ball and no strikes. The wind steadily blowing out to left, but a beautiful night here at Truist Point. Sun has basically filled the entirety of the outfield. A couple of fans start shouting Jerry. Not the original JDFC, but a new version of the Jerry Downs fan club. The pitch swing, ground ball right into the glove of Rogers. He steps on the bag at first, and that ends the inning. The Rockers leave him loaded here in the 5th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 3 runners left aboard. They've left 6 on base and trail by 7 on the scoreboard. It's an 8-1 ball game as we head to the 6th. Kendrick Fruits has your play-by-play when we return to the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
CMAC Incorporated. Anywhere, staff and residents. And Wet Wild Emerald Point employees. Thank you for supporting the Rockers, and we look forward to seeing you all again soon. Pitching right-hander, right-hander.
Top of the 6th inning, Rockers trail by a score of 8-1 against Gastonia. Game 1 of the doubleheader, Game 1 of the 4-game series, Game 1 of the 7-game homestand. Ryan Chafee on the mound to relieve John Hayes, who struggled a little bit in his outing tonight. Hayes gave up 2 runs, 2 hits, and a walk in his 1 inning of work. Ryan Chafee, Mr. Rubber Arm himself, comes in. Will face Joshua Saleh, Mike Osetsky, and Jake Skoll.
Chafee on the year, making appearance number 18.
First pitch to Saleh, misses down 1 ball, ball 1.
4.58 the ERA in 17 2/3 innings, 22 walks, 18 strikeouts, and opponents batting .309 against him.
The 1-0 to Saleh popped up in the infield right behind the mound. Alfonso coming in and makes the catch. And that's out number 1. The impressive thing to me is the fact that the walk numbers for Chafee have not lessened at the rate that they're coming, but he's still able to retire hitters.
It's unbelievable, especially with the ERA just at 4.58. He's averaging over 10 walks per night, yet is somehow one of the more effective relievers on this staff.
First pitch to Mike Osetsky is a fastball. And this is inside ball 1. We'll have to ask him over the next couple days how it's going to feel to not be the only high sock reliever in the bullpen. There's the 0-1. That's a strike, in the count is 0-2. Osinski fouls that one off. Count holds. Still nobody up in the bullpen for Gastonia. Correction, the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2. They're going to check down to first base, and Ballard said he did not go in the count 2-2. Chafee delivers the 2-2. Off speed. Again, they're going to check down to first, but Calvin Baker says, no need. I'm going to ring him up swinging. Strike 3. Down goes Osinski, and that'll bring up Jake Skoll, who's 0 for 2 today with a hit by pitch. Rockers have scored their lone run in the 2nd inning. So far, the 4th, the only inning in which Gastonia has not scored, as Calvin Baker takes a spiked ball to the face.
This poor man.
You're absolutely right.
What happened? What did he do?
Chafee spiked a fastball, got over Stuart Levy, and hit Baker in the face. He's clearly okay.
That's brutal. That's twice today, too.
Jerry Downs got to be over there at first base saying, thank goodness I'm not the human magnet today.
Honestly.
The 1-0 to Skoll. Fastball up high, and he went around on it. The count 1-1. So today, Taco Tuesday.
Adam Taylor's favorite day.
Adam Taylor's favorite day. Thursday coming up this week as Skoll swings and misses 0-2. Christmas in July here at Truist Point. Bring 3 or more non-perishable food items and receive free admittance to the game, courtesy of our friends at Old Dominion Freight Line. Christmas in July, benefiting the Salvation Army. Help us strike out hunger in the community. Also, David Robertson is here, so as if there's not enough incentive already. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Skoll chases the off-speed pitch down. Chafee strikes out 2 of the 3 he faces this inning, and we go to the bottom of the 6th. Gastonia doesn't score in the top half, and the Rockers trail 8-1 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Hey fans, please turn your attention to the Jumbotron as we present McDonald's 6th-inning stretch. Their mission is to make delicious, feel-good food moments easy for everyone. Visit your high-point McDonald's today. Now let's join together in singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Bottom of the 6th inning, Austin Glorious deals to the pitcher spots Stuart Levy and Jared Mitchell. Looks like it'll be Joe Johnson coming up to hit. Adam Taylor is done after an 0 for 2 outing. We're at the bottom of the 6th inning. If things hold the way they are right now, the Rockers will have been outscored in their last 2 games by a score of 20-2.
And in their last 3 games, if you expand that, it would be 32-11. Not much better.
No.
It has been a real tough stretch for this team. They ended the weekend away in Gastonia at 17-17. Since, they are 1-5 with a large possibility of dropping to 1-6 in that span.
Joe Johnson steps in, hitting at 182 with a couple of RBIs. First pitch from Glorious, fastball. Johnson pops this one up into shallow left. Going out is Giraldo, and it's going to drop in front of Poppy. That one falls in. A bloop single for Joe Johnson as Giraldo couldn't get it. Mike Pappy couldn't get it either, and sometimes a bloop's all it takes to get things started.
A couple bloops and a couple blasts. Get you right back into it.
That'll bring up Stuart Levy, who has doubled today, has also walked. Still nobody up in the bullpen for Gastonia. Looks like Kyle Halbon is tossing in the Rockers bullpen. And yes, it is Kyle Halbon. Here's the 1-0 to Levy. Swung on, fouled that one back, and the count 1-1. Johnson, the runner at first. Rockers down by 7 in the bottom of the 6th of a 7-inning game. Glorious delivers. Here's the pitch. Check swing there from Levy. I almost thought it might have gotten Calvin Baker again.
Looks like the leg of Jesus Sucre was the one thing that saved him.
And for Levy, that's the second time today he's fouled one off on a check swing, not really intending to swing the bat. He's down in the count now, 1-2. And Glorious delivers the 1-2. Fastball way high in the count, 2-2. High Point 4-2 this year against Gastonia. 1-1 here at Truist Point. This first game is the conclusion or the makeup game. It was rained out back on June 6th. The 2-2 to Levy strokes a base hit into center field. Johnson heads up to second, and the Rockers have their first 2 aboard here in the 6th. Yeah, the funny thing about this Rockers lineup, if you look at it, 3 of the first 4 hitters weren't even on the roster when this game was originally scheduled to be played. Two on, nobody out in the 6th inning, and that'll bring up Jared Mitchell. Mitchell 1 for 2. And here's the pitch from Glorious. Fastball way up and away. The count 1-0. A little bit of milling about in the bullpen for Gastonia now. Nobody actually throwing. Johnson, the runner at second. Levy, the runner at first. Rockers need 7. Mitchell swings, hits this one high in the air to left. Not deep. Pappy and Powell going over. It's going to be Pappy settling under it. Makes the catch. Johnson tags up, heads to third. And the Rockers have runners at the corners with 1 out now.
Now batting James McGowan.
That's some heads up running for Joe Johnson to go from second to third on a ball hit to left center. Brings up James McGowan, 0 for 2 today.
I love how Joe Johnson is just such a young kid right out of college, just wearing the only Rocker who wears the double ear flapped helmet.
Well, he may be out of school, but he just learned another lesson right there, and that is how far ahead of the base to start your head first slide, because he almost slid into third and didn't make it as McGowan fouled that one off.
Which is an impressive feat because it's turf and you slide for days.
He started early and looked like he almost ended a couple inches short except for a late extension of the arm. Runners at the corners, one out. Here's the 0-1 to McOwen. He's late on it, fouls that one off. Ooh, a dangerous shot there as it hit right off the edge of the overhang of the concourse and came back into the net on the fan side. That could have been really dangerous. They count 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Fastball, McOwen's late, strike 3, and that's out number 2 after the first 2 hitters for the Rockers got aboard. All of a sudden, there are now 2 outs for Giovanni Alfonso. Halbon continuing to throw in the bullpen. Should expect to see him in the top of the 7th inning. Glorious holds the set at the belt, delivers first pitch to Alfonso, takes a fastball outside, 1-0. Alfonso hitting at an even 240 as a result of his 0 for 2 day thus far. There's the 1-0. Swings, pops this one up, and out of play, 1-1. So what do you think for Joe Hennessy in the second game? Probably looking at 1 inning, 2 at the most?
I'd agree with that. He hasn't gotten more than an inning all year. Hasn't thrown more than 25 pitches, so I think it is 1, maybe 2. It's not even like he's a college kid. Not even like he started in the spring.
The 1-1 to Alfonso, way up. Sucre had to jump out of his stance to catch that ball, 2-1. Yeah, I think if you're Jamie Keith, most likely you leave the top of your lineup as is, stick the DH in the 9 spot, or stick the pitcher in the 9 spot. No point in even putting a DH in there if you're not even going to get to him. 2 balls and a strike to Alfonso. Runners at the corners. Fouls this one off. And the count 2-2. Rockers making things respectable in the hit column, 11 hits to 6, but still trail by 7 in the run column. Gloria shakes off Sucre, now gets the sign he wants, comes set. Here's the 2-2 to Alfonso. Pokes this one foul down the first base side, it'll get out of play. Should be an interesting matchup in the nightcap. It'll be, as we mentioned, Joey Hennessy for the Rockers. For Gastonia, it's Alexis Herrera making his first Atlantic League start. He's a young guy with really not much of a track record at all. The 2-2 to Alfonso. Pokes this one weakly right back up the middle. Geraldo scoops it up behind the bag, throws to first in time, and that'll retire Alfonso for the final out of the inning. Rockers get a couple of guys aboard, but don't score. We go to the final inning of play, and it's 8-1 Gastonia on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
And for dinner every Tuesday and Thursday from 4:30 to 2:30 on non-Rockers game days. Follow us on Instagram at the Kitchen Kitchen for weekly updates on food and drink specials. Come check out our unique dining experience overlooking our truest point statement as we offer delicious food and a great time. Fans, direct your attention to the field where you are about to witness the most exciting challenge brought to you by Wake Forest Baptist Health High Point Medical Center. Be sure to cheer on Wyatt as he races the 30-second clock. On our count, they will race from the left field foul poles to the third base and run back. They can do it in under 30 seconds. They will win a special Rockers prize pack. Are you ready? Wyatt, 3, 2, 1, go! Wyatt. Oh my goodness, serious. go, Wyatt, go! Go, Wyatt, go! Go, Wyatt, go! Go! And it looks like he made it. Congratulations, Wyatt!
Top of the 7th, final inning of play, at least in regulation, here at Truist Point in Game 1 of tonight's doubleheader between the Rockers and the Gastonia Honey Hunters. Kyle Halbon comes in relief of Ryan Chafee, who had a very impressive 6th inning. It was a 1-2-3 inning in which he struck out 2. And now the Rockers will turn it over to Kyle Halbon.
Halbon on the year making his 16th appearance. He's thrown 14 innings, 6 walks, 15 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .271 against him. He's really been one of the more effective Rockers bullpen arms on the year.
We face in the bottom 3 in the lineup for Gastonia: Sucre, the pitcher spot, and Geraldo. In the on-deck circle for Gastonia, where that pitcher spot is scheduled. See who that is coming out over there. But first, the pitch to Sucre. That's a strike at the knees. Here's the 0-1. Halbon pops that one in there, a strike, 0-2. So this is Will Johnson, who's in the on-deck circle. He's now entered the game as the designated hitter after his last time up, where he replaced Emmanuel Tapia. Curveball from Halbon, way short, an easy take from Sucre. And the count 1-2. Well, if the Rockers drop this, they fall to a season worst 5 games below 500. The 1-2 misses down 2-2. It feels like almost a must-win in the second game, which is tough when you consider that it's a bullpen game. The 2-2 from Halbon, fastball hit on the ground, and that's going to poke in between Downs and Russell on the right field side, and it's a base hit to lead off the inning for Sucre. I'm going to bring up Will Johnson, who walked and scored his first time up today. Just past the 2-hour mark in Game 1 of tonight's doubleheader. And Halbon delivers first pitch to Johnson, fastball. And it misses high for a strike, but it seems like the fastball is the pitch that Halbon is the most comfortable with. The 1-0, again the fastball just hit on the ground to Russell at second. Flips to Alfonso, the throw is low, but on to first in time, and they do turn the double play. Russell had a hard time getting that ball out of his glove, shuffled it to Alfonso. The throw was low, but Alfonso was able to grab it and throw on to first for the 4-6-3 twin killing. Brings up Manuel Geraldo, who is 0 for 2 today, and also has a sacrifice bunt. Halbon delivers the fastball. That misses ball 1. Right-hander is up in the bullpen for Gastonia. It looks like first the pitch. Fastball fouled off. Almost thought it was Jacinto Garcia. maybe even Caleb Earls down there. It's definitely, it starts with a 2 is the first number on the jersey. The 1-1 is fouled off, and they count 1-2. Wouldn't expect it to be William Kerwin, who's, as we are told, the starter for Thursday's series finale.
And it is Jacinto Garcia.
Halbon set. Here's the 1-2 to Geraldo. Fastball just above the letters, and the count is now 2-2. Two outs in the top of the 7th. Halbon delivers the 2-2 fastball again high, in the count full. More and more of the playing surface transitioning from sunlight to shadow. I'm going to guess the rate that this game has gone. Second game will probably start as this pitch hit weakly on the ground to first. Downs will pick it up, toss it underhand to Halbon, a 1-2-3 inning. And unless the Rockers can pick up 7 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning, I would guess that the second game is going to start in the neighborhood of about 7:50 or 8 o'clock. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. Rockers need 7 to tie on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto. Bottom of the 7th inning, the Rockers down 8-1. Kendrick Fruits, Javik Blake here with you on a Tuesday, Taco Tuesday from Truist Point. Feels almost sacrilegious to be going with Cheez-Its on Taco Tuesday. But that is the official snack of Javik Blake, those and Chex Mix. So if you ever want to send a Javik a present at the ballpark, Chex Mix. Rockers have the top of the lineup here: Field, Russell, and Cardulo. We'll be facing Jacinto Garcia. The end of a fantastic outing by Austin Gloria. 6 innings, 6 hits, a run, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts.
Jacinto Garcia on the year, this is his 4th appearance, an ERA of 9. He's pitched 3 innings, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .438 against him. Has faced the Rockers, has made 2 appearances, 2 innings, and has allowed 3 runs on 6 hits.
The Rockers were actually in Gastonia when Garcia joined the Honey Hunters. Not this past weekend, but the weekend before.
Well, and as far as the Game 2 starter for Gastonia, we have been told A. Herrera is starting Game 2. The only problem is they have an Alexis Herrera and an Alcis Herrera. One of the two will be pitching. We would think it'd be Alcides Herrera, who pitched this last winter in Venezuela and pitched very well, 3.29 the ERA. Alcides Herrera has not pitched since 2018 in the DSL.
Johnny Field steps in, swings at the first pitch from Garcia, hits this one high into right center field. Powell there makes the catch deep in the power alley for out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out for Garcia in the 7th. That'll bring up Michael Russell. Russell 2 for 3 today with a couple of base hits. Yeah, kind of hard to know which pitcher to prepare for.
One's a lefty, one's a righty, so.
Off-speed pitch to Russell, missing ball 1.
Alcides is a lefty, Alexis is a righty.
Garcia delivers curveball there, missing, and the count 2-0. Two balls, no strikes to Russell. Swings at this one. It's a high chopper down the third base side. It's well foul, and the count 2-1. This game 1 of 2 tonight. This is a jam-packed 7-game homestand for the Rockers between Christmas in July, as that one's way outside 3-1. Fireworks Friday. A pregame concert featuring Jukebox Revolver on Saturday.
Trying to get back into the swing of things for the last third of the first half of the year.
David Robertson in town. Just a lot of big stuff this weekend as Russell fouls that one off and the count goes full. There's literally something for everyone here at the ballpark this week. Oh, and it's family fun day and kids run the bases Sunday. So yeah, there is something for everybody this week. Rockers aren't home a whole lot in July, so this is the longest stretch of games at Truist Point. The 3-2 curveball again fouled off.
This is the longest homestand they have all of July. They had 3 games against York to start off the month, and then they have 3 more games against West Virginia at the end of the month, and that's it. Then they're home all of August and September. They are home for all of 6 games in August.
On the road for all of 6 games in August.
All but 6 games they are home in August. English.
Up and in, ball 4. Michael Russell is aboard. That brings up Stephen Cardulo. Yeah, August and July really kind of balance each other out in terms of schedule. After this series, the Rockers don't return home until July 30th. Stephen Cardulo steps in. He is 0 for 2 today, has also walked.
By the time they come back, the first half is basically over. They have 4 games left.
First pitch to Cardulo, misses ball 1. What did we decide? Was it August 3rd or August 4th is the halfway point?
August 3rd is the final day of the first half. Mound gets moved back on Wednesday, August 4th, which, good luck to every Atlantic League grounds crew with the middle of a series being the date to move the mound back.
Curveball to Cardulo, a strike, and the count 1-1. Michael Russell, the runner at first base. Russell's reached base 3 out of 4 times today. It's been a very familiar appearance over there. Takes off for second, and no throw from Sucre as that pitch misses outside for Michael Russell. Now 12 for 13 in steals this year.
And an understandable move by Garcia and Sucre to not do anything. It's a 7-run ball game. Just focus on the batter.
Garcia delivers. Cardulo hits this one into left center field. Powell ranging over to his right, makes the catch. And that's out number 2, brings up Jerry Downs.
Next up,
Rockers down to their final out in game 1. Also for Michael Russell, that stolen base, he is now 3rd in the Atlantic League in steals, 1 behind Jake Skoll.
And actually, that is not ruled as a stolen base.
Did they give him catcher's or defensive indifference?
Defensive indifference.
I wondered about that, but
I don't think defensive indifference came in a ball game that's a 7-run ball.
well, Michael Russell is still 3rd in the Atlantic League in steals with 11, behind Skoll's 13 and Darian Sanford's 30. The 0-1 to Downs, a big swing, and fouls it off.
Darian Sanford, Johnny Turbo said he was going to steal 100 bases. Darian Sanford's the man who is more on pace to do that this year.
He's on pace for 90.
All he needs is the hot stretch.
There's the 0-2. Way up, Sucre had to come out of his crouch to make that catch. Count 1 and 2. Rockers down to their final strike in game 1. Garcia delivers 1-2, curveball down in the dirt. And that's an easy take for Downs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Garcia set. Here's the 2-2 to Downs. Curveball swung on, ripped down the first base side. Fair ball. Rogers picks it up at the line and flips it to Garcia. And that is the final out of the ball game. The Rockers lose by a score of 8-1 in game 1 of this doubleheader. We'll step aside. When we come back, it's time for the Richards Grill postgame show on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
At this time, the High Point Rockers would like to thank our corporate sponsors. We are grateful for their continued support and generosity. Postgame 2 will begin at 8:05. Once again, game 2 will be 5 minutes after 8.
Welcome into the Rickster's Grill postgame show. Rickster's Grill, the official postgame sponsor of the High Point Rockers, official postgame hangout. Visit them today, 3815 Tinsley Drive in High Point. Game 2 of this doubleheader scheduled to begin at 8:05 this evening. But the Rockers dropped game 1 by a score of 8-1, and it was a game in which Gastonia jumped on early. 3 runs in the first inning, 2 runs in the second, and another one in the third. Emmanuel Tapia's 9th home run of the year. They added 2 more in the 5th off of John Hayes, and the Rockers' only run coming in the second inning. That was off of the bat of Jared Mitchell. So for the High Point Rockers, just a tough outing in game 1, and they've now been outscored 20-2 in their last 2 regulation games.
It's been tough sledding for the Rockers, but nothing that can't be changed. It was a game where the offense just got shut down, and it wasn't one of those games where you could put up a million runs and outscore the other team. Give credit to Austin Gorius. He did fantastic on the mound.
Absolutely, and the winning pitcher tonight is Austin Glorious. Goes to 1-2 on the year. Craig Stem takes the loss, falls to 1-6. A couple other games going on around the Atlantic League right now, and actually everybody has already gotten started for their games this evening. The York Revolution and the Lancaster Barnstormers playing at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Right now, Lancaster trailing York 4-1. They're just in the top of the 3rd inning right now. Melky Mesa has returned from the injured list. He's already hit a home run today. Andrew Dundon has as well for the Revolution. Also around the Atlantic League, Long Island leads West Virginia 2-0 in the 3rd inning. A couple of RBIs from Lou Ford, who you keep saying you're ready to see in a game against High Point. But Ford with an RBI today, LJ Mazzilli an RBI today, as Harkin has only allowed 1 hit against West Virginia. Both teams only have 1 hit through 3 innings. The only other game other than the Rockers and Honey Hunters finale is Southern Maryland and Lexington. That game was scheduled to start at 7:05, but they have yet to begin. I believe there may be some sort of a weather situation going on there in Lexington, so that game has yet to start. Javik, when it comes to handing out game balls for game 1, I feel like you really only go one of 2 places. You probably go Stuart Levy or you go Michael Russell. Both of them had a couple of hits today, and probably your best candidates offensively.
And I'll go with Stuart Levy for the game ball. He was someone that had a rough day behind the plate, not in terms of any statistical categories, but just got beat up with baseballs time after time. So it's good to see him have a good game defensively and get back in the hit column, which he did for the first time in 3 games.
Go with Michael Russell, 3 times reaching base today in 4 plate appearances, 2 singles. But another guy to give a shout out to is Ryan Chafee. Came in, had a 1-2-3 inning and struck out a couple of guys. So we're going to go ahead and look ahead to the nightcap. Again, it will be Joey Hennessy for the Rockers, and still trying to nail down the starter for the Gastonia Honey Hunters, but looks like the Rockers are at least going to a bullpen game, and one big arm in the bullpen is former major leaguer and Team USA Olympian David Robertson. 2009 World Series champion with the Yankees, 2011 All-Star with the Yankees, and 2017 World Baseball Classic champion with Team USA, and he's coming in for a couple of tune-up appearances this week before heading to the Tokyo Games with Team USA. So we're going to step aside. When we come back, we're going to replay the pregame interview from earlier today with Rockers bench coach Billy Horn as we get set for game 2 of tonight's doubleheader, scheduled to start at 8:05. This is High Point Rockers Baseball on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Discover the taste to the High Point Rockers official kitchen. Come join us for lunch every Tuesday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. And for dinner every Tuesday and Thursday from 4:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. on non-Rockers game days. Follow us on Instagram at the Kitchen for weekly updates on food and drink specials. Come check out our unique dining experience. Overlooking our tourist homestead, we offer delicious food and a great time. And watch your favorite Rockers players go up against the Gastonia Honey Hunters. Join us tomorrow and Thursday as the Rockers take on the Gastonia Honey Hunters at 7:05 p.m. Be sure to come and cheer on your High Point Rockers. We look forward to seeing you there. Attention all Rockers fans, don't forget to be on the lookout for tonight's strikeout player of the game. Our strikeout player of the game is brought to you by the Bean Espresso. Tonight's strikeout batter of the second game is Josh Sawyer. He strikes out at any point in today's game. He will pick us up tomorrow at the Bean. Well, let's Lexington have a new apple for 1 free small drip coffee. Thanks to Bean Espresso. Now, folks, let's meet the starters for this evening's nightcap. First, for the Honey Hunters of Gastonia. Leading off in center field, number 1 is Boo Powell. Batting second in left field, number 12, Mike Pappy. Batting third at first base, number 9, Jason Rogers. Batting cleanup at third base, number 28, Joshua Side. Batting fifth at DH, number 23, Jesus Suter. Batting sixth in the right field, number 4, Jim Score.
And welcome back into the Sweet Old Bills pregame show. Sweet Old Bills, the official pregame hangout of the High Point Rockers. Visit them at 1232 North Main Street for the best in burgers, Q, and brew. As the High Point Rockers are getting set for Game 2 of tonight's doubleheader against the Gastonia Honey Hunters. Well, for the Rockers, it's one good thing. It's the fact that there's a very, very quick turnaround from the last game to this one. We are about 15 minutes or so away from getting this game underway, but for the Rockers, it just kind of seems like similar issues. The pitching struggled in the first game, and kind of unusually, the offense didn't really show up much at all either.
Yeah, it's been kind of an up and down stretch. The offense hasn't been there for about the past week. It's been a little bit of a struggle for the Rockers, but the good thing is they can turn it around quickly and get to Game 2.
And for the Rockers, obviously step one and the most important thing today is to try and win the game. But there's been a little bit of extra fanfare today because there's a superstar wearing a High Point Rockers uniform today, and that is David Robertson, who's out throwing in the outfield right now, along with a couple of his Rockers teammates. And David Robertson coming out as a member of the Team USA Olympic team that's going to be heading to Tokyo in a few weeks, but he's getting a quick little tune-up before heading to Tokyo, and it's really exciting, not only for him to be heading to the Olympics, but that's huge for the city of High Point and for High Point Rockers as a team and the fans here to have a guy of Robertson's caliber here pitching in High Point. And I mean, it's just very, very good, I think, all around.
Definitely. It's always fun to see a guy. It's a little bit like a major league rehab stint. You got a big guy coming to town, so it's fun to get to see it, and hopefully it's a lot of fun to watch him pitch.
Robertson with 137 career major league saves, a 2.90 ERA, stretched across 12 seasons, an all-star appearance, a World Series championship. And he'll be pitching this week for the High Point Rockers. We'll step aside. When we come back, we'll give you the starting lineups as we inch closer to first pitch tonight in Game 2 of the doubleheader between the Rockers and the Gastonia Honey Hunters. The Sweet Old Bills pregame show continues on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto. Welcome back into the Sweet Old Bills pregame show. Let's go ahead and take a look at the starting lineups for Game 2 of tonight's doubleheader. First off, for the Gastonia Honey Hunters, leading off at center field is Boot Powell. Mike Pappy in left field will bat second. Jason Rogers at first base will hit third. Joshua Saleh, the third baseman, bats cleanup. Jesus Sucre will be the designated hitter in the 5 spot. Jake Skoll will be the right fielder batting 6th. Manuel Geraldo will be the shortstop batting in the 7th spot. Jordan Howard gets the start at second base batting 8th. And Hermindo Escobar will catch and bat 9th.
I was really impressed by Jason Rogers in Game 1 of the doubleheader. He really hit the ball well, and coming off of a stint with Union Laguna in Mexico in which he did not play well, for him to come into Gastonia and really kind of hit the ground running back to where he was a couple weeks back is always good to see.
Yeah, I think that was a big thing that stood out to me as well, but also I think the one that I also was interested in was Mike Pappy. 3 hits and 4 trips to the plate, scored a couple of runs, so again, up at the top of the lineup is where things are the most dangerous for Gastonia. For the Rockers, leading off in center field is Johnny Field. Michael Russell will be the second baseman batting second. Stephen Cardulo at third base will hit third. Jerry Downs will bat cleanup and play first base tonight. Stuart Levy, the designated hitter, hits in the 5 spot. Jared Mitchell will be the right fielder in the 6th spot. Adam Taylor will play left field and bats 7th. Michael Galino catches and hits 8th, and Giovanni Alfonso, the shortstop, hits 9th.
I'm really interested. This isn't in the starting lineup for a hitter, but I'm really interested in how Joey Hennessy attacks these Gastonia guys, because he hasn't allowed a run this year, and he hasn't allowed a hit in his last 3 appearances. The big thing for him has always been the walks. If he's able to get that down, we can see a real good appearance from him.
Well, the thing that we were talking about in the first game, we were discussing whether or not Hennessy would be hitting for himself in the bottom of the lineup, or even whether or not the designated hitter would be in the top of the lineup. Turns out neither one of those is accurate, as they've stuck Stuart Levy right smack in the middle of the 5 spot, hoping to have Levy come up in a high leverage situation and try to get things going for the Rockers, or maybe drive in a run before his evening is done. So very interesting lineup construction tonight, but we're getting set, and Jamie Keith trying to do anything he can to try to grab a victory and split the doubleheader here this evening. We'll step aside when we come back. The Sweet Old Bills pregame show continues on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto. Welcome back into the Sweet Old Bills pregame show on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto. We'll take a look at the starting pitchers for tonight's game. Joey Hennessy gets the call for the Rockers. This is his first start of the year. He's spent 4 appearances so far out of the bullpen, 1 inning in all of them. Has not given up an earned run, has not given up a run, period. 6 walks, 6 strikeouts in those 4 innings. And again, we don't expect Hennessy to go exceptionally long today, but he gets the call out of the bullpen. And the first thing, step 1, is to not allow Gastonia to do what they did in the first game, and that is to score 6 runs in the first 3 innings.
Well, that's obviously a goal of every game, is to not have the opposing team score a gillion runs in the first inning. But especially with Joey Hennessy on the mound and an incoming bullpen game, you want to start off strong, and you don't want a ton of short appearances of guys that are giving up a lot of runs. You want to throw the opposing team off balance with a lot of different pitchers and a lot of different looks, and if the Rockers are able to do that, they could find themselves in a very good place.
Alcides Herrera getting the start for the Gastonia Honey Hunters. Pitched for Caracas in the Venezuelan Winter League over the offseason. Was 0-4 with a 4.08 earned run average, but spent some time in the Cleveland Indians organization, making it as high up as High A Lynchburg. Check that, as Double A Akron. But for his last full season of starting in 2017, was 7-2 with a 3.66 ERA, and actually those games all came out of the bullpen as well. He didn't really start spending time out of the rotation until joining Caracas in the 2020-21 season, so it almost has the feel that it could be a bullpen game for the Gastonia Honey Hunters as well.
It really does have that feeling, and if you're the Rocker, you kind of enjoy that, but Gastonia is signing guys on the fly because a doubleheader, especially at the start of the week, just throws your entire rotation into whack. Cooper Casad, technically this would be his day to go based on rest days as well, so you could have thrown him back-to-back, but there's no sense in wasting a game with someone like Casad when you can throw him tomorrow. So they're plugging in Hennessy to keep the rotation at its normal way, and we'll see what happens.
Home plate umpire, the base umpires have just come out to home plate as we're still getting ready for first pitch. Was scheduled for 8:05. Looks like we may be a little bit after that, but we're going to go ahead and step aside, and when we come back, we'll get underway. Game 2 of tonight's doubleheader between the High Point Rockers and the Gastonia Honey Hunters. That's next. The Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Tonight's lineup card exchange is presented by the UPS store, the official printing partner of the High Point Rockers. With 22 locations in the Triad, the UPS store is your one-stop shop for all of your printing needs. The UPS store is more than just shipping.
Well, game 1 of the doubleheader tonight didn't exactly go as planned. The High Point Rockers lost game 1 to Gastonia by a score of 8-1, but it's a new game. The turnaround is quick, and David Robertson is in the bullpen for the Rockers, so life is good if you choose to look at it that way here this evening from Truist Point. And the skies are blue as well. That's always a good thing to see at the ballpark. Good evening, everyone. I'm Kevin Fruits along with Javik Blake as we're getting set for game 2 of this doubleheader. And Javik, something we said in the show in between the games, thank goodness for the quick turnaround. This team can throw that one away and try to do something against the Gastonia bullpen that all of them, for one reason or another, either seem to A, get hit hard, or B, allow a lot of walks. So the Rockers, who did not have a lot of base runners in game 1, could certainly flip the script here in the nightcap.
They definitely could, and that's a big thing for the Rockers to flip the script and split this doubleheader. They are a team right now in a little bit of a tailspin. They are 18-23. They are 1-6 since they got back to 500. They need to find a way to turn it around, and in game 2, a bullpen game for Gastonia might be the opportunity.
For the High Point Rockers, they have fallen behind Gastonia in the standings now by just a little bit, but a victory tonight would have them tied, but the Rockers would be ahead in terms of percentage points. It would be about a 2 percentage point difference between the two teams. The Rockers take the field, getting set for game 2 of this evening's doubleheader. Again, we'll remind you of the Gastonia lineup. It's Powell, Pappy, Rogers, Saleh, Sucre, Skoll, Geraldo, Howard, and Escobar. And they will be dealing with High Point Rockers starter today, Joey Hennessy, making his first start in 5 appearances, 6 walks, 6 strikeouts, and 4 innings, and has not allowed an earned run yet this year.
He's looked good. He's a young guy, so the control obviously isn't as polished as a veteran, but he's looked good, and he has limited the hits and limited the damage, which is a big thing.
Both teams have made some changes to the uniforms in between games. The Rockers now going with the white pants and the blue jerseys, with Rockers across the nameplate on the back with the gold numbering on the back with red trim. It says High Point and red cursive on the front. For Gastonia, they're wearing all grays with the black numbers on the back with the gold trim. Hennessy's taking his warm-up tosses now. So the Rockers have dropped to 5-10 at home. That's not normally something you see from a team in terms of their home-road split. They're even on the road, but for some reason, home has not been, or has been anything but quote-unquote friendly confines.
Well, and they've lost 8 of 10 too. That's the big thing for this team. It's literally just the fact that they haven't played at home a lot, so you haven't been able to get anything going. And with that, it shows in the record, just 5-10.
Maybe it'll work in the Rockers' favor in August and September when they're going to spend almost the entire 2 months at home. At least, I would say, 75% or so of it. Luke Powell steps in, ready to get things going this evening. Joey Hennessy gets the sign from catcher Michael Galino. And he delivers. Game 2 underway with a called strike 1. Powell has had an eventful season so far, hitting at .348. That pitch down just under the zone, and the count 1-1. Hennessy, the right-hander, delivers this one, hit just foul down the line. The count is 1-2. Powell was 1 for 3 in the first game of this doubleheader. In fact, the top 3 hitters for Gastonia in the lineup in game 1 combined for 5 runs, 7 hits, and 5 of the 8 RBIs. Hennessy gets the sign, and here is the 1-2 to Powell. Fastball hit on the ground towards second. Michael Russell picks it up about a step into the outfield, throws on to first in time. That's out number 1. And with that, we'll set the Rockers defense.
Stephen Cardullo in left, Johnny Field in center, Jared Mitchell in right. Check that, Stephen Cardullo is not in left. That is Adam Taylor. That's why you don't write too fast when you're looking over a lineup. Cardullo at third, Alfonso at short, Russell at second, Downs at first, and Galino behind home plate. First pitch time, 8:09 p.m. Weather 82 degrees and sunny. Wind out to left at 7 miles an hour.
Here is Mike Pappy. Big swing at the first pitch. He missed it. It got away from Galino. Count 0-1.
As always, first pitch time and weather brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line, ODFL, helping the world keep promises.
Hennessy looks in. One man retired here in the top of the first in game 2. And here's the 0-1 to Pappy. Off-speed pitch, that stays away, and the count is 1-1. Home plate umpire tonight, Owen Ballard at the fourth. Tim Detweiler is at first, and Calvin Baker, the man down the third base line. The entire playing surface, except for a small sliver at second base, is in shadow now. Pappy swings and misses, and the count is 1-2. The entire batter's eye, the black batter's eye over the center field wall, though, is lit up almost to a yellowish, whitish tint because of the sunset. Flags continue to blow to left field as they did in game one, perhaps not as strongly right now. Here's the 1-2 from Hennessy. Fastball at the knees, just below the knees. A good miss there from Hennessy, 2-2. Well, the crowd filled out some in between games. It's a solid Tuesday night crowd, Taco Tuesday. Here is the 2-2. Curveball swung on and just got a piece of it. And I mean, just did Pappy, and the count stays 2-2. That pitch for Hennessy was his 10th. It'll be very interesting to see if they get a second inning out of him. Again, the designated hitter spot 5th in the lineup for the Rockers, and whether or not they get to leave him may determine what they do with Hennessy. The 2-2. Swung on, hit on the ground towards first. Jerry Downs scoops it up and steps on the bag himself. That's out number 2. Jerry Downs has been incredibly effective over there at first base. We talk about him offensively all the time, but doesn't get enough credit, I think, for the defense that he plays over there at first base.
He's really done a great job at first base this year for the Rockers, and he's really shored up that first base position since Logan Morrison's departure. In between Morrison and Downs, there was only about a 2-week stretch where there was someone new playing first base almost every night.
It's like first base was a revolving door. Jason Rogers is the batter. Rogers in game one was 3 for 4 with 3 runs batted in. He continues to have a very nice season, although the middle was interrupted by a trip to Mexico. He's hitting .351 with 4 home runs in the Atlantic League. Hennessy holding the set now, delivers first pitch to Rogers. That's a ball inside, and the count is 1-0. You'll notice lots of Rockers fans peeking down into the bullpen throughout the evening, wanting to get a glimpse of the Olympian on the roster. The 1-0 inside, 2 balls, no strikes. David Robertson is in the bullpen stretching right now. Just looks like some really basic leg stretches. The 2-1 from Hennessy to Rogers. Check that, the 2-0, that misses, and the count is 3-0. Hennessy delivers the 3-0, and that's just below the knees. A 4-pitch walk to Jason Rogers, and the first inning continues for Joshua Saleh. Saleh found the home run ball against the Rockers last weekend at Caramont Health Park, but tends to not have quite the same level of success to Truist Point.
He had a couple of big fly balls, but nothing that had too much carry.
Hennessy delivers first pitch to Saleh, and that misses outside. Hennessy has now missed on 5 consecutive pitches. The 4-pitch walk to Rogers, and the first one here. Get the first 2 hitters to ground out to the right side of the infield. One to Michael Russell, one to Jerry Downs. Off-speed pitch, a hard biter down and away, and Saleh swings over it. Count 1-1. Hennessy comes set at the belt. Here is the 1-ball, 1-strike pitch to the slugger Saleh. That's way outside. The count now 2-1. No score if you're just now joining us. We are in the top of the first inning. Rockers and Honey Hunters concluding a doubleheader today.
That has included double.
It has included double plays.
2 of them.
The 2-1 to Saleh. Fastball down, gets away from Galino, and the pass ball heading down to second base will be Jason Rogers. It's a good pitch there from Hennessy. The count now is 3-1.
Well, that one just kind of got in and out of the glove. Instead of catching it in the webbing, Galino caught it right in the middle of the glove, and it just pops in and out.
Hennessy delivers the 3-1. That's down low. Back-to-back walks after retiring the first 2 hitters. And that'll bring up Jesus Sucre.
Well, and that's been Hennessy's MO. He doesn't allow many hits, but he walks a lot. And that's the thing with a young guy who doesn't quite have his control yet.
Jesus Sucre, who was the catcher in game 1, now the designated hitter in the nightcap, steps in the right-handed box and takes strike 1 from Joey Hennessy. Rogers the runner at second, Saleh the runner at first. Shohei Ohtani, the man at the plate to begin the All-Star game as it's just gotten underway from Coors Field. The 0-1 way outside to Sucre, and the count 1-1 as Galino goes out to talk.
They really put a shift on Shohei Ohtani, too, in the All-Star game.
Sure did. Looked like
he just grinded right into it.
What's your prediction for the final score tonight?
I'm going to go 4.
Of the All-Star game, not of this game.
The 4-3, the AL wins it.
Okay.
It always seems to be low score.
I'm going to take the AL 6-2.
Okay. So another thumping by the AL.
The 1-1 to Sucre way outside, 2 balls and a strike.
That seemed to become the norm over the last couple of years, the All-Star game. Now, an Atlantic League All-Star game would be pretty fun this year. If they were to have one, the North versus the South.
Well, it would have.
Gastonia and High Point would have a couple of guys on the roster.
Next All-Star game will be held at Southern Maryland. This one hit on the ground to third. Cardullo picks it up and races Rogers to the bag, a race that Cardullo wins easily. And that is the final out of the first inning. We head to the bottom of the first inning. No score on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Celebrating their 20th year of providing high-quality housing for Triad residents, Blue Ridge Companies is proud to be the official housing provider of the High Point Rockers. To find your next home, visit them online at blueridgecompanies.com. At the High Point Rockers, we believe in knocking education out of the park. Wesleyan Christian Academy, High Point Christian Academy, High Point Prince School, the Piedmont School, and Westchester Academy. Westchester Country Day School offer students the opportunity to grow and learn in a fun and competitive environment. For more information, visit each school's website and get your child started on the path to success today.
Bottom of the first inning, Rockers and Honey Hunters, game 2 of this doubleheader, no score. Alcides Herrera making the start for the Honey Hunters, making his first start of the year. He pitched for Caracas in the Venezuelan Winter League in the offseason, but the guy who spent most of his career up to that point as the reliever, or as a reliever.
And he's someone who was just signed today by Gastonia, so really trying to find guys with a very thin talent pool in 2021. So with Herrera on the mound, not sure how long he goes, as this is his first start, but I think if he can get you 3-4 innings, that's all you need.
And for the Rockers, again, the lineup: Field, Russell, Cardullo, Downs, Levy, Mitchell, Taylor, Golino, and Alfonso, as the Rockers have scored 1 run in each of their last 2 games, looking to break out of this little funk that they have found themselves into. Herrera, left-handed pitcher for the Honey Hunters. And he delivers first pitch to Field. Up and in, Field ducks out of the way. And the count is 1-0. Working quickly, Herrera delivers. Field swings, laces this one into center field. And that is a leadoff base hit for Johnny Field and the Rockers here in game number 2.
Well, that's how you start the game off right there. Just slap a ball up through the box, back up the middle. Get that offense rolling early.
And here is Michael Russell, who had a couple of base hits in the first game, reached base 3 out of 4 times. He's brought his average up now to 341. This is an incredible year offensively for the Rockers continues. First pitch called strike, count 0-1. Remember, this is a guy last year who was very solid, but he hit 282, 4 home runs, 23 RBIs, and the big thing he was known for was good defense, and he stole 20 bases in 21 attempts. Takes a strike here, 0-2.
That has changed considerably here in 2021.
He's already matched the home run total. He's already over halfway to the stolen base total. And the batting average, yes, 60 points higher. The 0-2 swings, lines this one into left field, base hit. Back-to-back singles for the Rockers in the first inning, and they have a man in scoring position for Steven Cardullo.
Now batting third baseman Steven Cardullo.
Talk about a guy going the right way, Michael Russell. Steven Cardullo is just hanging on to the 300 mark, hitting at 304 now. Herrera comes set, first pitch to Cardullo coming. And that's going to clip him. It was an off-speed pitch, and it hits him on the... Oh, no, it didn't hit him. He somehow got out of the way of that one. I didn't think there was any possible way that Cardullo would have escaped that pitch, but he did, and the count now is 1-0 to lead off to the Rockers' third baseman. Field, the runner at second. Russell, the runner at first, taking quite a healthy lead as nobody holding him on. Here's the 1-0. That's in there for a strike, 1-1. Streaks of clouds across the otherwise blue sky here at Truist Point. Lights are on at the stadium. Rockers, from an offensive standpoint, are to a much better start here in the nightcap. 2 runners on, nobody out. Here's the pitch. Cardullo fouls that one off. One ball and 2 strikes now to the Rockers' third baseman. Jerry Downs waits on deck. Couple of Rockers in different uniforms tonight. At least different numbers. The 1-2 to Cardulo. Swings, pokes this one into right field, sinking fast, and it drops, base hit. Heading over to third is Johnny Field, and the Rockers have loaded the bases here in the first inning. Still nobody out.
They're just doing to Gastonia what they did to the Rockers in game one. Death by 1,000 soft hit singles.
And the first of the number changes coming up in the form of Jerry Downs. Downs wearing number 22. David Robertson is wearing his familiar number 30, which means that C.J. Farias is wearing number 16, and Adam Taylor is wearing number 34, normally Bryce Hensley's number. Here is Jerry Downs. Downs hitting at 322. Bases loaded, nobody out in the first. Here's the pitch. Swings, hits a high chopper to first. Rogers picks it up, throws home, and it is in time to get Field. I almost thought that Ramindo Escobar's foot came off the bag before he made the catch. But they're going to say that Johnny Field is out at the plate, and we'll go ahead and set the defense for you.
That was just a good play there from Jason Rogers at first, Jordan Howard at second, Manuel Geraldo at third, Joshua Saleh at third, Geraldo at short, Ramindo Escobar behind home plate. Mike Pappy is in left, Boot Powell in center, and Jake Skoll in right. That was just a good play there from Rogers, and Escobar really just held on, popped off at just the right moment.
To bring up Stuart Levy, the designated hitter, does get an at-bat today. Curveball, big swing and a miss, strike one. It was very close at the plate. I was watching that foot, and when you saw Johnny Field walk back to the dugout, he held his hands about a foot apart, saying he'd already moved his foot by the time he caught the ball. Pitch down low, and the count now 1-1 to Stuart Levy. Levy, the catcher in game one, the designated hitter here tonight. And Herrera comes set, bases loaded, one out, no score in the bottom of the first. Here's the pitch to Levy, that's down and in, 2-1. Well, whereas Hennessy retired the first two, then ran into a little trouble in the first inning, Herrera ran into trouble almost immediately. The Rockers led off the game with 3 consecutive hits. Here's the 2-1 to Levy. That one's high. They're going to check down to first, and first base umpire says that Levy did go around. That one is Tim Detweiler over there at third base. And the count is now 2-2 to Levy. Tried to hold up on the high fastball, but wasn't able to do so. Russell, Cardulo, and Downs, the runners from third to first. Here's the 2-2. Off-speed pitch, it's inside, and the count full to Levy. Well, the Rockers would love to jump on the board first. So they quickly fell behind against Gastonia in game one. Herrera delivers. Here's the 3-2. Levy swings high into right field. Going over is Skoll. Coming in is Russell on the sacrifice fly, and heading to third is Cardulo. So the Rockers score on the Stuart Levy sacrifice fly. It's now 1-0. Runners at the corners, 2 outs for Jared Mitchell.
That's just good situational hitting.
Jared Mitchell comes up, hitting at .236. Base hit would score Cardulo easily from third. Lefty-lefty matchup. Herrera delivers first pitch to Mitchell, swings, hits this one on the ground, and it's going to be, oh, it's off the chest of the second baseman, Howard. Cardullo comes in to score. Downs goes to third, the throw late. That's going to be a base hit for Jared Mitchell. It was a tough play for Howard, who slid in front of the ball and was only able to knock it down. For Jared Mitchell, that RBI base hit makes it a 2-0 game.
Now batting left fielder Adam Taylor.
How about Jerry Downs going from third to first there? And that'll bring up the left fielder Adam Taylor. Taylor at 265. Alcides Herrera asking for a new baseball and gets it from Owen Ballard III. Runners still at the corners for the Rockers. The difference is they now lead 2-0. Herrera delivers first pitch to Taylor. That's down low, 1-0. Mitchell extended his team lead to 28 RBIs with that base hit as Taylor takes a high curveball strike in the count 1-1. Herrera comes set, and here is the 1-1 to Taylor. It's in there for a strike, 1-2. Well, it looks like Joey Hennessy will get a second inning as the Rockers bullpen quiet.
I think it's always been the plan for him to go 2 and then go to the bullpen.
The 1-2 to Taylor. Swing and a miss, strike 3, chasing the high fastball. And that's the final out of the inning. But the Rockers do score twice, and they take a 2-0 lead to the second inning of the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Orange Baptist Health offers a full range of orthopedic and sports medicine care for all ages. And we're proud to be the official team doctors for your high-point Rockers. We can help keep you moving with same or next day appointments and extended hours for your convenience. Call 336-7164 or visit wakehealth.edu/sportsmedicine today to schedule an appointment. Wake Forest Baptist Health, go where the athletes go. Guilford Technical Community College offers a great education while offering quality, affordability, and support. Choose GTCC, choose success. Learn more at www.gtcc.edu today.
Top of the second inning, Rockers have a 2-0 advantage over the Gastonia Honey Hunters as they are trying to force a split on the opening day of this 4-game series. They play again tomorrow, and then Christmas in July on Thursday, the series finale. Joey Hennessy put up a 0 on the scoreboard the first inning. Faced Jake Skoll, Manuel Geraldo, and Jordan Howard here in the second. Jake Skoll, the right fielder, steps in the left-handed batter's box, and Hennessy ready to deliver first pitch of inning number 2. Here it comes. Fastball spiked down to the dirt. Scooped out by Galino. 1 ball, no strikes. And Hennessy comes set. Here is the 0-1. Skull hard ground ball off of the chest of Jerry Downs at first base. Flips it, kind of shovel pass to Hennessy. That's out number 1. A nifty play there by Jerry Downs, not only to keep it in front of him, but to have the wherewithal to pick it up and just shovel it to Hennessy, who was covering the bag.
And that's the defense that Jerry Downs brings. Just calm, cool, and collected, blocks it up, and a simple toss.
Brings up Manuel Geraldo, playing shortstop both halves of this doubleheader. In the words of the great Casey Stengel, we're being double-headed today. In the words, of course, of Mr. Cub himself, it's a great day for a ball game. Let's play 2. You got to mention the greats on All-Star Night. First pitch to Geraldo, popped up out of play down the left field side, 0-1.
You got it. You just have to.
The 0-1, timeout called. And we'll reset and do that 0-1 again. Hennessy set, and here is the delivery. That's roped into right field. It'll get down and kick around. Takes a nice hop there for Jared Mitchell. Heading to second is Geraldo. The throw. Almost tried to deke him out, did Giovanni Alfonso. Tried to pretend like the ball got away from him to see if Geraldo would bite and head to third. He did not, and it's a stand-up double for Geraldo. And that'll bring up Jordan Howard. Did not play in game 1. One out in the top of the second. And a runner on second base. Hennessy comes set. Here's the first pitch of the at-bat. Cardullo playing a couple of steps in on the infield grass. That pitch down low gets away from Galino. Heading down to third is Geraldo. Now takes a wide turn, but heads back. And all of a sudden, the Honey Hunters have a man at third base with just one out. Jordan Howard hitting at a .292 clip this year. OPS of 864. That one classified as a wild pitch against Hennessy. Here's the 1-0. Fastball way up high, count 2-0.
Well, in the OPS of 864, if you were in the major leagues, that'd be pretty good. In the Atlantic League, that's just around average. The league average OPS, that's on base percentage plus slugging this year, is at 812. Major league average is usually around 750.
The 2-0 to Howard. Up high, the count 3-0. The Rockers, I think, give away this run to pick up the second out of the inning. Hennessy would rather not do that, as he's not allowed a run yet this year. He's now pitched 5 1/3 innings. Here's the 3-0. That's in there for a strike at the chest in the count 3-1. Rockers lead 2-0 at the top of inning number 2. The speedy Geraldo over there at third base for Gastonia with one out in the inning. Hennessy delivers the 3-1. Swing and a miss. Geraldo Howard chased the high fastball, and the count is 3-2. The sun continuing to dip down behind Truist Point as we're starting to see some darker blues and splashes of pink and orange across the night sky here in High Point. Here's the 3-2 from Hennessy. Pops this one up. Galino and Cardulo both give it a look, but that ball will settle out of play and the count stays full. I gotta say, since the last time we were here, the construction project out there in center field is making some headway. There's some brick on the outside of that building now. It's going to be a large part of the project here in High Point to boost local businesses and kind of in a similar way of what Gastonia is doing, the community development program there as well. Hennessy comes set. Here's the 3-2. Curveball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Howard started his swing, realized he needed to hold off on weight on the off-speed pitch, but he couldn't hold off enough. And that's out number 2 in the inning.
Well, that's the good stuff from Joey Hennessy. He just mixes in the angles just enough where that pitch looks like a fastball and gets you all sort of caught up.
Brings up Armindo Escobar, who did not even play in game 1. First pitch to Escobar, ball 1. Escobar on the year hitting at .278 with 5 runs batted in 20 games played. He's appeared in about half. That pitch down low, good scoop there by Galino, and the count 2-0. Not a full crowd at Truist Point, but a solid one here on Taco Tuesday. The 2-ball, no-strike pitch from Hennessy to Escobar. Fastball, and that's a strike, 2-1. For Joey Hennessy, that is pitch number 37. See how far they want to let him go tonight. And the righty delivers the 2-1 to Escobar. Down in the dirt, good block by Galino. He blocked it, but was so far out of position he didn't know where the ball went. Joey Hennessy was right there to pick it up. What a block. That saved a run for sure. The count 3-1. Following Escobar, Gastonia goes back around to the top of the lineup and Boog Powell. Bounced out to Michael Russell to start the game. Here's the 3-1 fastball. That's down and away, ball 4. And the Honey Hunters now have runners at the corners.
Top of the order now, batting Boog Powell.
Rockers have a man up in the bullpen. Looks like it's Joe Johnson.
And with Robertson, you want a fresh inning.
Exactly.
So you just need a guy to kind of bridge the gap, because Robertson is going to be the first guy out of the bullpen, but you just need a clean inning.
Back to the top of the lineup in Powell. Cardulo playing him to bunt. First pitch to Powell is a strike, and the count is 0-1.
A little bit like a big league rehab stint. Kind of to a rigid pitch count. Doesn't go too long.
Hennessy delivers the 0-1, swing and a miss on the off-speed pitch, and the count is 0-2. Something about that off-speed pitch from Hennessy, opponents are having a really tough time making contact.
It's because it comes out of the arm the exact same way. There's a same exact angle. So it looks a lot like his fastball.
Hennessy comes set, and here's the 0-2. Off speed, that misses away. Couldn't get Powell to chase it. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yeah, if you get 2 from Hennessy, and depending on what kind of pitch count Robertson's on, you get 1 or 2 out of him, and all of a sudden you just have a couple innings to go with a still mostly fresh bullpen. Fastball, strike 3 looking. They're going to ring up Boog Powell, and that will end the second, leaving runners stranded at the corners. Joey Hennessy did not have the cleanest of 2 innings, but at the end of the day, he got the job done, holding Gastonia scoreless in 2 frames. We head to the bottom of the second. Rockers lead 2-0. The Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
For the Old Dominion Freight Line food drive on Thursday. To help support the Salvation Army and receive a free ticket for our Christmas in July and Dollar Beer Night. We hope you join us again this weekend for postgame fireworks after Friday's game, the free pregame concert from 4 to 6 on Saturday, presented by Forward High Point, and for postgame Kids Renovations on Sunday. Be sure to come cheer on your High Point Rockers. I look forward to seeing you soon. All right, fans, put your fins up. You ready to dance to Jimmy Buffett's song Fins? The anthem is brought to you by B&H Pool and Family Shop, celebrating over 50 years of providing high-quality service and all your pool needs in High Point, North Carolina.
Bottom of inning number 2. Rockers have a 2-0 lead off of Alcides Herrera and the Gastonia Honey Hunters. It'll be Galino, Alfonso, and Field to lead off.
Leading off the home,
Rockers
for High Point catcher Michael Galino.
Rockers catcher Michael Galino has struggled a little bit offensively this year. It's kind of, in a way, all 3 catchers have begun their year in a similar way. Logan Moore, Stuart Levy, and Michael Galino all struggling with the bat, but they have a more than respectable on-base percentage. And then Logan Moore ends up heading to Lehigh Valley with the Philadelphia Phillies. Stuart Levy started swinging the bat well. He's hitting .250 now after starting the year about 110. Galino hits first pitch right down the third baseline. Saleh picks it up, fires across to first in time. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the bottom of the second.
Next up, the shortstop, Giovanni Alfonso.
That'll bring up Giovanni Alfonso. Alfonso hitless in 3 trips in game 1 of tonight's doubleheader. Steps into that right-handed box, and Alcides Herrera delivers first pitch of the at-bat. That's inside, ball 1. Well, the Rockers better take at least a little bit of time offensively if they're wanting David Robertson to get in the 3rd inning, because bullpen catcher Albert Gonzalez hasn't even squatted yet as that pitch misses 2-0.
I think David Robertson has warmed up in enough high-pressure situations to get ready in a hurry.
One ball, no strikes. Check that 2-0 to Alfonso, and that one misses 3-0 now. We're scoreboard watching, but not in the normal Atlantic League way. We're scoreboard watching the Major League Baseball All-Star game, and the AL has a 1-0 lead in the 2nd inning. The 3-0 to Alfonso taken all the way. That's a strike, and the count 3-1. Well, so far, Javik, both of our potential final score predictions for the All-Star game could still happen.
That's good, because it's the 2nd inning. Don't be concerned.
The 3-1 to Alfonso, that misses high, ball 4. With 1 out, the Rockers have a man aboard. And you know, obviously, and rightfully so, a lot of the excitement today is around having David Robertson here, but for the Rockers, this is a game they've got to win as well. They've dropped to now 5 games below 500. They just lost second place to Gastonia. A win tonight would tie them back with Gastonia. And the first pitch to Johnny Field, that's inside, ball 1. Almost got away from Ramindo Escobar.
Yeah, with David Robertson here, obviously it's great for the Rockers, great for the fans to get to see him, but it's also the Rockers need 2 scoreless innings from him, and they need to put up runs because that shores up 2 innings of the 7 innings of the game that you have someone shut down in.
The 1-0 to Field. Hits this one high and deep down the left field side. It's hooking, and it's foul. A long, high foul ball from Johnny Field that went right down the left field line until the last moment hooked foul. And the count 1-1 now.
You said it best. This is a must-win game for the Rockers because a loss would mean you can only split the series at best, and if Lexington wins, you'd be 10 games out.
And that's kind of something that Billy Horn told me today in the pregame show in the interview. Was he said, look, we're not giving up on Lexington as far as chasing them down for the division, but at the same time, we've got to focus on our position in the wild card as well. There's the 1-1 to Field. That misses away 2-1. But, I mean, at the same time, either way, the only way that you're going to make headway, either in the wild card or to try to win the division, is to win baseball games. So really, what you have to do is the same either way. Alfonso takes his lead off of first. Here's the 2-1 to Johnny Field. Runner goes. Field pops this one up in the infield. Alfonso's going to have to hurry to get back to first. Rogers makes the catch, dives over to first, and there is the final out of the inning, retiring Alfonso on the double play. The Rockers get a man aboard, but unfortunately not able to score. And we head to the top of the third as Alfonso is hobbling off. Gotta see if he'll be okay. Slid very hard getting back in. But it looks like that will be it for Joey Hennessy, and the Rockers make the call to the bullpen. It's the World Series champ. It's the 2020 Olympian, David Robertson, will take to the mound when we come back on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Providing quality car care and High Point since 1985. Be sure to visit them at 800 West Lexington Avenue in High Point. Direct your attention to the Jumbotron. Be sure to shout out your answer. Shout it out. Which one is it? Shout it out. Now pitching for High Point on loan for the United States Olympic team, former American League All-Star, World Series champ for the New York Yankees, number 30, David Robertson.
Welcome back. Top of the third inning. Joey Hennessy's day is done for the Rockers. He goes 2 innings, gives up 1 hit, no runs, walks 3, strikes out 2, throws in total 43 pitches, and leaves way to a man who needs no introduction. It's the former Yankee, former World Baseball Classic champion, and current member of the 2020 U.S. Olympic baseball team. It's the man wearing number 30 on the mound, the right-hander, David Robertson. Rockers lead this one 2-0. Top of the third inning. It's Mike Pappy, Jason Rogers, and Joshua Saleh here to start things off.
Yeah, David Robertson comes into today with a professional record or major league record of 53-33, a 2.90 earned run average in 661 career appearances spanning over 12 seasons, 137 saves as a member of the Yankees, the White Sox, and the Phillies.
And he'll face a man who peaked in his professional career with the Columbus Clippers in Mike Pappy from the left side. Robertson kicks and fires. First pitch, fastball, called strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Pappy on the day, 0 for 1, grounded out to first back in the first inning. Deep breath of the mound, the 0-1 pitch. Curveball, swing fouled off. Count evens up. Count goes to no balls and 2 strikes. The U.S. qualifying at the very last chance for the Olympics. They were in a must-win game in Florida. You win, you go to the Olympics. You lose, you have to go to a last chance qualifier. The man on the mound was David Robertson, who got the save. And it was an emphatic save. Jumped off the mound. Probably one of the bigger fist pumps you'll see. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball. Misses just low. Count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes.
You're not kidding when you say fastball. That's get some hop on it like you won't see among other pitchers in the Atlantic League.
The pitch. Curveball bites low. Golino blocks it up, and that was a wicked hook. Count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. How about the opportunity for Michael Golino? Someone who has spent his entire career in independent ball and came into work today, and they said, hey, you're catching David Robertson. Robertson kicks and fires. Swing, broken bat, ground ball to first. Picking it up is down, steps in the bag. And 1 up, 1 down for Robertson here in the third. Brings up Jason Rogers.
I don't know if you saw that. Pappy didn't even go down to first base. As soon as he hit the ball, he started walking back to the dugout.
Up comes Jason Rogers from the right side. Rockers lead 2-0, top of the third inning. Robertson going to Tokyo will not be the first time. Looks like there's something going on with Robertson.
I think he got something in his eye.
He's blinking it out. Jerry Downs comes over, and now Robertson looks back at the dugout and says, don't worry about me. Stay in the dugout. I'm fine. And now steps back up. Jason Rogers up to the plate from the right side. First pitch, fastball. Misses low, 1 ball and no strikes.
From trying to read his body language when he was talking to Jerry Downs, looked like he said he was trying to use his jersey to wipe sweat off of his eye and just poked himself.
We're all human. The pitch, swing, fly ball, left field line. Taylor going over towards the bullpen, keeps on going, now puts up the glove and makes the catch. A long run over for Adam Taylor. And that retires Jason Rogers, number 2.
Now batting tonight's strikeout.
Good thing here for Robertson is he's only used 7 pitches to get 2 outs so far.
And the fastball sitting at 93. So Solly comes up from the left side. Walked in his only plate appearance today. 2 outs here in the top of the third inning. Rockers lead 2-0. Former Yankee and U.S. Olympian David Robertson on the hill. First pitch, curveball. Just misses inside. Count goes to 1-0. Robertson not one to wait. Gets the ball back, toes the rubber, gets the side, and already set, ready to go. The pitch, fastball. Misses low, 2-0. Kicks and fires. Fastball. Soundway looks at it, call a strike. Count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike. The U.S. will be part of 6 teams going to Tokyo for the Olympics, compete in the baseball side of things. The pitch, swing, line drive, foul. Gets out of play down the right field line. Count evens up 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 6 teams will be split up into 2 pools of 3. And then from there, these 6 teams will be seeded, and then a double elimination tournament to crown a gold medal in Tokyo. The pitch, curveball, check swing on a filthy slider from Robertson. Strikes out Saleh and ends the inning. That curveball is just absolutely unfair. No runs, no hits, no errors, no runners left on base. The first inning in the Atlantic League for David Robertson is a perfect one. We head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Back after this, the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
At the university, we are focused on preparing students for the role that is going to be.
Curricular Wireless Roll of Honor located in Section 104 is in recognition of the servicemen and women who put on the uniform of our armed forces and stand ready to defend the grateful nation. Including these seats is our POW MIAC, which will always remain unused in our honor of those that have not come home. Please rise if you are currently serving or have served in our armed forces. Thank you for your service, and thank you to Curricular Wireless for sponsoring the Rockers Roll of Honor. Roger Uptown Hero, the Room Uptown is going to sit in our Roll of Honor by sliding to iPhoneRockers.com.
Bottom of the 3rd inning, Alcides Herrera back on the mound for the Rockers. It's Michael Russell, Steven Cardullo, and Jerry Downs. They lead 2-0. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for Gastonia. 2 runs, 4 hits, and no errors for the Rockers.
You definitely felt a jolt of electricity coming through here with David Robertson on the mound. You know who else I think felt it is Jamie Keefe, who just almost sprinted all the way down to the 3rd base coaching box.
Russell up from the right side, 1 for 1 today, single back in the 1st. The pitch, swing, bouncing ball back up the middle, base hit center field. Michael Russell is 2 for 2 in game number 2 and brings up Steven Cardullo.
Now batting 3rd baseman Steven Cardullo.
Well, the Rockers started off the 1st inning with back-to-back base hits. And look at this, Michael Russell now in 10 innings has 4 hits and has reached base 5 times today.
It's not bad at all. Cardullo 1 for 1. Herrera, the lefty, comes set at the belt. Now kicks and fires. Fastball misses high and away. 1 ball and no strikes. The pitch, fastball, misses high and away. Count goes to 2 balls and no strikes. Well, David Robertson isn't the only former major leaguer in this ball game. Steven Cardullo at the plate, former Colorado Rocky. Spent extensive time at the big league level. More of as a first baseman, though, than any other position. The pitch, swing, popped up. First base side, gets over the Rockers dugout, out of play. Count goes to 2-1.
Rockers also have Johnny Field in the lineup, who spent some time in the major leagues. Nefi Agondo in the bullpen. Jesus Sucre caught the 1st game for Gastonia in the bullpen. Or on the bench, I should say.
The Atlantic League usually one riddled with former major league stars, as a Ball gets away from the Gastonia bullpen. A sidewinding righty warming up for Gastonia.
He just threw another one. It got away.
Herrera kicks and fires home. Backs up Cardullo off the plate. Count goes to 3-1.
Daniel James is up and throwing in the Rockers bullpen. I almost wonder if, even though Robertson only threw, 8-9 pitches, may be done after just one inning.
Through 12. Hopefully there's an encore. Unless he wants to end with that filthy hook.
It's not a bad way to end your night.
Not at all. Runner on first, nobody out. Pitch from Herrera. Fastball. Called the strike. Count goes to 3-2.
But on the other side of things, if you're the Rockers, you really want to have at least one more reliever give you 2 innings tonight so you're not going through 5 or 6 different guys. And with how low Robertson's pitch count was in the 1 inning. Now again, they are kind of under strict rules from Team USA since he's on loan.
Herrera checks back towards first and scampering back safely is Michael Russell. Cardullo stands at the ready, waves the black bat. Herrera kicks and fires. Swing, line drive back up the middle, past to diving Geraldo, base hit left center. Rounding second is Russell, he goes to third, the throw goes to second as Cardullo slides in with a double. Back-to-back hits for the Rockers and 2 runners in scoring position for Jerry Downs here in the 3rd.
And that was a tough spot for Michael Russell to be in. He had to hold up to see if, in fact, Geraldo was going to catch that ball. When he didn't, he went from basically still standing at first base, heading all the way to third.
Brings up Jerry Downs. Reached on a fielder's choice back in the 1st, but an opportunity for some runs batted in. Here in the 3rd inning, Rockers lead 2-0. Big important number, nobody out. Then all of their damage, almost all of their damage, with nobody out tonight. The pitch, curveball, swing, fouled off, first base side. Count goes to 0-1.
And you can clearly see what Jerry Downs is trying to do. Get something in the air down the right field side.
Downs didn't play in Sunday's game, had a pretty good excuse, was celebrating with his family, watching his brother Jeter in the Futures game in Colorado. The pitch, swing, line drive, base hit right field. Coming home is Russell, rounding third is Cardullo, but he gets the stop sign from Jamie Keefe. An RBI single from Jerry Downs now makes it a 3-0 ball game.
It was an absolute rocket there from Jerry Downs, and Mauro Gazzo's already seen enough of Herrera.
This might be the end. Gazzo comes out, claps his hands a couple of times, holds the hand out, and off goes Herrera after an early night. Goes 2+ innings and has given up 3 consecutive hits here in the 3rd inning. Cardullo at 3rd, Downs at 1st, and at the plate, C.J. Ferry is the pinch hitter when we return. Rockers up 3-0. This is High Point Rockers Baseball. Rockers Baseball Network driven by Van York Auto.
Fans, this call to bullpen is sponsored by Pregame Wireless. With the RVP connecting safe to your good service today. Now pitching for Gastonia, number 20, Caleb Earls.
Alcides Herrera's day is done, goes 2 innings, gives up 7 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned. 1 walk, 1 strikeout, is currently responsible for 2 men on the base pass, and that 3 runs is not yet complete. Throws just 40 pitches and gives way to Cody Earls. Rockers up 3-0.
Cody Earls on the year 2-1, a 5.19 ERA, 18 appearances, 9 walks, 19 strikeouts. But he gets hit hard. Opponents hitting .292.
First pitch to the pinch hitter, CJ Farias, is called the strike. Caleb Earls is someone the Rockers have seen a couple of times this year. CJ Farias up, though, means it is the end of the night for David Robertson. It's a fun 12 pitches. The pitch, fastball misses low, taking off for second is Downs. The throw, in time, and going off the bag is Downs. The throw at first was not in time, but then was in time when Downs fell just a bit off the bag. And that is out number 1, and out goes Jamie Keefe to have a conversation.
It was very quick from Jamie Keefe, though. He's already heading back to third. I'll tell you what, though, compared to a lot of other first basemen in this league, Jerry Downs not afraid to run.
Farias on the year, batting just 143 in 28 at-bats, 32 plate appearances. The pitch takes a fastball outside, but called a strike. Count goes to 1-2.
Well, Javik, we figured out in the last break why exactly Robertson's night was done, and that's because the pitcher spot came up, and while Team USA wants him to throw some here, I don't think hitting was part of the itinerary.
Oh, they don't have the double hook DH rule in the Olympics? The pitch, swing, ground ball off of Howard, and CJ Farias comes through with a hit. For CJ Farias, it has been 6 weeks since he's delivered with a hit. Finally comes through with an RBI, and the Rockers now lead 4-0.
That's not just any hit, that was a rocket off of the glove of Howard.
So many times has CJ Farias hit the ball on the nose, and it's gone right to someone. Well, he did the same thing, but he made sure it bounced once and went off of Howard. Brings up Jared Mitchell with 1 on and 1 out. First pitch swinging. Fly ball out of play. Down the third base side. Count goes to 0-1.
And the other thing about Robertson not getting the 4th inning means he won't be eligible to pick up the victory tonight.
Technically, he is still in line for the win.
You've got to make it to that. Well,
no. If the starting pitcher does not, it's just the next reliever, whoever is deemed the best. The pitch, fastball, called the strike on the outside. Count goes to 0-2.
So the jury's still out there. Potentially could.
It usually always goes to the next reliever. So if the Rockers do end up winning this ball game, he would be the pitcher of record. The pitch, fastball. Mitchell looks at it on the outside. Count goes to 1-2. Two-step lead off at first for Farias. The pitch, fastball, misses away. Count goes to 2-2. Rockers lead 4-0. They have 4 runs on 8 hits. Top 4 in the order are responsible for 6 of them. Farias has 1, Mitchell has the other. Earls fires home. Fastball way up high. Checked to second. It was sort of a quarter swing from Mitchell. Wasn't even close to going. Count goes to 2-2. Earl's sort of a sidewinding righty. Comes up and around. A pitch, swing and a miss from Mitchell. He strikes out. It's out number 2 and brings up Adam Taylor.
Now batting left fielder Adam Taylor.
The line on Alcides Herrera is complete. Goes 2+ innings. Gives up 7 hits, 4 runs, all 4 of them earned. 1 walk, 1 strikeout, throws 40 pitches. Taylor up from the left side. The pitch, swing, line drive, fair ball down the third base line into left field. Rolling towards the corner. Pappy over to grab it, and Farias stops at second. Holds Adam Taylor to a single. Credit Mike Pappy. Getting over to the ball quickly and making sure Taylor is held to just a single. Brings up the catcher, Michael Golino. 2 outs in the inning, 2 on. Rockers up 4-0.
Well, we know where the offense is now. They've showed up, already 9 hits. We're not out of the 3rd inning.
The pitch, fastball, misses outside. Count goes to 1-0. Golino on the day, 0 for 1. Grounded out to third, back in the 2nd inning. Earls kicks and fires. Fastball, dots the outside corner, 1-1. And the Olympics, not the pitch, fastball, called a strike on the outside corner. Count goes to 1-2. The Olympics is not just contained to guys like Ian Kinsler, Danny Valencia, David Robertson, Edwin Jackson, who will have time in the Atlantic League. There are a couple Atlantic League guys, veterans of the league. Blake Galen's one of them. The pitch, fastball misses high. Count goes to 2-2. Jared Lakins, another Barnstormer. Both of them are playing for Team Israel. And their shirts, the shirts for Team Israel are just absolutely beautiful. Instead of a call to the bench, it's a call to the mensch. Jew power, great t-shirts. The pitch, swing, fouled straight back. Count stays at 2-2.
Oh, and everybody checking their schedules to see if they're going to be one of the lucky ones to miss Blake Galen while he's over in the Olympics.
But these shirts, they have a spin rate shirt with the dreidel.
Okay, that's cool.
And then a bicep that says the word juiced on it, but it's Jewced. The pitch, fastball, misses away. Earls thought it was strike 3, took about 3 steps towards the dugout. The count goes to 3 balls and 2 strikes. As someone who is Jewish, I will definitely be buying the spin rate t-shirt.
Yeah.
It's just the intuition. The creativity is at a high. 3-2 the count with 2 outs. Runners go, the pitch. Swing, broken back, ground ball to short. Geraldo comes in, gobbles it up, throws to first, and that retires Golino for out number 3. But not before the Rockers tack on 2 more runs on 5 hits. No errors, 2 runners left on base. We're through 3 at the point. Rockers lead 4-0. The Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Your summer will be one you won't forget. Visit highpointrockers.com for more information. Fans, direct your attention to the field where you are about to witness a most exciting challenge. Brought to you by Wake Forest Baptist Health, High Point Medical Center. Be sure to cheer on Gavin as he races the 30-second clock on our count. He will race from the left field foul pole, steal third base, and run back. He can do it in under 30 seconds. He will win a special Rockers prize back. Are you ready, Gavin? 3, 2, 1, go! Go, Gavin. Go, Gavin. He's just tearing up that base. Oh, he's got the base. He's got the base. Turns around, heads back toward the fence. Go, 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 Gavin, go. Go, Gavin, go. Go, Gavin, go. Go, Gavin, go. Go. He's going to make it. He made it. Excellent work, Gavin. Field that and contract.
Well, you can classify it as the coolest 12 pitches of the entire season. David Robertson's night is done. Pitches 1 inning, gives up no hits, no runs, no walks, strikes out 1, throws again. A grand total of 12 pitches, and the Rockers go to the pen. 4-0 the score, top of the 4th inning, game 2 of a doubleheader. Javid Blake alongside Kendrick Fruits, and the new man on the mound is Daniel James.
It may not be David Robertson, but Daniel James having quite a good year himself. 1.29 ERA. This will be his 8th appearance, 7 innings. No home runs, no walks allowed, and 8 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 192 off of him. You say those are some Robertsian numbers there, if you will.
The 8-0 strikeout to walk ratio is Atkins-like from what we saw from Mitch Atkins earlier this year before he was selected and had his contract purchased by the Sultanes de Monterrey, who decided to just sign anyone in the Atlantic League who's very good at baseball. Ella Villanueva of the Power. They also signed Jose Tabata this past week. They have curated a talent pool. They have curated a talent pool of great Atlantic League players. Like, we talk about who would make an Atlantic League All-Star team. I think the Atlantic League All-Star team is the Sultanes de Monterrey.
Well, then I think Tijuana realized, hey, we got to get in on that, so they grabbed Jimmy Paredes.
Pitcher's spot is up, which means we get a pinch hitter. First pitch, swing, flared out towards right field, dunks foul. Count it, no balls, and 1 strike. Mike Osinski is the pinch hitter. Started at second base in game 1, the former Red Sox farmhand. Former teammate of Jerry Downs.
You know, for all this talk about what Mexico has gained from the Atlantic League.
The pitch, swing and a miss. Count goes to 0-2.
I almost feel like we got to hold a moment of silence for West Virginia and what they've lost.
All of the big guns are gone. It's impressive. They signed Tyler Pertain a few days ago.
They traded Ruby Silva to the Blue Crabs yesterday.
The pitch, swing, fouled straight back. Count stays at 0-2.
Mike Manikazi was talking about being desperate for relievers. He traded Hunter Cervenka to Long Island. Cervenka's turned his season around.
Osinski on the year, 315, 5 homers, 25 ribbies, and an OPS, like most guys in the top half of this Gastonia order, north of 1. The pitch from James. Swing, pop foul, first base side out of play. Count stays at 0-2, and the at-bat continues.
The one guy who I think is safe on that pitching staff for West Virginia is Eric Sekula, because he's also a sales rep. So as long as he's good at his job in the office.
Eric Sekula has employment, not on the field. I think he's the only guy in the league to pull double duty as a front office member. The pitch, swing, fouled off again, and the at-bat continues. Count stays at 0-2. I think Sekula is the only player in the Atlantic League who is also a member of a team's front office, not in a coaching role.
So here's the question. Could he keep his West Virginia front office job if he got traded to another team in the Atlantic League as a player?
I think the only reason he gets traded, though, is if he starts doing terrible at sales. The pitch, swing, ground ball right at Michael Russell at second, gobbles it up, throws on the run, and that retires Mike Osinski. Route number 1 brings up Jake Skoll here in the 4th, 1 out. Rockers up 4-0. I think that's the only way it can happen. Because that's essentially like getting fired from doing sales in West Virginia if Eric Sekula gets traded. He's also from Charleston. So that'd just be mean.
Reminds me of back in the either late 30s or early 1940s.
James kicks and fires the first pitch. Fastball. Misses low, 1-0.
The Boston Braves had Casey Stengel on their team as an aging outfielder, had named him manager. He also was listed as the part owner of the club.
The pitch, swing, tapped weakly down the third baseline. Incan Cardulo barehands it, but no throw to first. And Skoll reaches on an infield single.
I'm sorry, he's a general manager also, not owner. And Stengel did not want anything to do with the Boston Braves. So in the span of about an hour, Casey Stengel, the manager, released Casey Stengel, the player. Casey Stengel, the general manager, fired Casey Stengel, the manager. And Casey Stengel, the general manager, resigned.
That's a hectic afternoon. Brings up Manuel Geraldo. Rockers up 4-0, top 4, 1 out. James kicks and fires. Swing, ground ball down the first baseline, wide of the bag. Count goes to 0-1.
Of course, that was before Casey Stengel turned into one of the best managers in the history of baseball.
Geraldo, 1 for 1 on the day. Doubled back in the second. The pitch, swing, lined out towards right field. In comes Mitchell, and it bounces down in front of him. Skull walks. Not quite walks, but very gingerly jogged to second. And puts runners at first and second for Jordan Howard. Howard, switch hitter, comes up from the left side against James.
Second baseman Jordan Howard.
Tying run on deck for Gastonia. It's just a 4-0 ball game. Second game of a 7-inning doubleheader. Second game of a doubleheader. It's the 4th inning. Rockers lost 8-1 in game 1. Gastonia was up 6-1 by the end of the 3rd inning. The pitch. Swing and a miss on an elevated fastball. Howard swung right through it. Count goes to 0-1. The sun just about set here at Truist Point. Flags lightly blowing in the wind out in left center. The wind basically blowing right out to left at the moment. The pitch from James. Swing, popped up, third base side, gets out of play, out of the stadium, and out of the parking lots. Count goes to 0-2. Time for an Atlantic League scoreboard update brought to you by Ginny Mara Cruise Planners. End of the 6th inning, Lancaster 12, York 5. Long Island leads West Virginia 6-1. In Lexington, what do you know? They're at home, and they're winning by 7 in the bottom of the 5th. It's 8-1 over Southern Maryland. The pitch, swing, popped up again, third base side out of play. That stays at 0-2.
I think Billy Horn was right. You don't take your eyes off of Lexington, but you kind of just start looking at who are the guys around you in the wild card situation as well.
Well, that's why getting second in the division is so important. You want to have a situation where Gastonia is a game ahead of you going into the second half of the season. And Lancaster's a couple games up there. The pitch, runners go, popped up on the infield. Downs coming in towards the foul line. Galino reaches out the glove and makes the grab at the last moment. Retires Howard for out number 2.
That was kind of an adventure there at the first baseline as James, Downs, and Galino all there. Wasn't sure who was going to make the catch. And then there was the situation of the base runners. Both of them had almost reached their next base. So who would have been the guy to try to cover first or cover second, depending on if you wanted to try to double somebody off. But the Rockers end up not being able to do so. Didn't really have a chance at either base.
Armindo Escobar up from the right side. The pitch, swing and a miss, way out in front of a changeup. Count goes to 0-1.
Well, that's what happens when you can just bust a fastball in there. They're sitting on the fastball, and all of a sudden you throw them something that's not 90 miles an hour.
Especially with how baseball is such a timing game. The pitch, fastball, bites the outside corner, count quickly to 0-2. You get a changeup when you're expecting fastball, and especially at the difference that Daniel James throws it at. You're all over yourself. His fastball at 92, his curveball at 76, and changeup at 84. There is a considerable difference. The pitch, swing, lightly tapped back to the mound. James sticks up the glove, picks it up, throws to first, and that ends the inning. And another fantastic appearance from Daniel James on the hill. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left aboard. Gastonia's left 6 on the base paths, and we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Rockers up 4-0. Rockers Baseball Network, driven by FanDuel God.
It is Rockers Nation. It's T-shirt time. Now pitching right-hander, Alexis Candelario.
Welcome back. Bottom of the 4th inning. Rockers up 4-0. Caleb Earls' day is done as manager Cruz Gazzo reaches deep and back into the bullpen and brings out starter Alexis Candelario here in the 4th inning.
Yeah, Candelario has made 7 appearances this year, all starts. 0-4, a 10.48 earned run average, 33 runs in 28 innings, 7 home runs allowed, 17 walks, 17 strikeouts, and opponents hitting .373 off of him. He's a guy who's just struggled this year, but my only thought is maybe he's trying to get a couple innings out of a guy.
He's, the best way to put it, the truest of true 3 outcome pitchers. He either walks a guy, strikes a guy out, or gives up a home run. Giovanni Alfonso leads things off. Candelario against the Rockers this year made 1 start, pitched 3 2/3 of an inning, and proceeded to give up 9 runs on 8 hits with 3 walks and 3 strikeouts. It's Alfonso, Field, and Russell, 9, 1, and 2 in the order up against Candelario. And that game against Candelario was last Monday when the Rockers just teed off. The pitch, swing, line drive towards right center, going over his skull, and reaches up and makes the catch for out number 1. Alfonso, that was a line drive that just kept on rising, was still rising when Skull put up his glove and just kind of made the look what I found catch.
I was going to say, speaking of teeing off on a guy, the Rockers were already sitting on the first pitch.
Johnny Field comes up. He's 1 for 2 today. Singled the first at bat of the ball game. Curveball misses away. Count goes to 1-0. And Candelario is a guy who is not a spring chicken in pro baseball. The pitch, fastball, dots the outside corner. Called a strike. Candelario is 39 years old. Played his first year of pro baseball back in 2011. The pitch, curveball, misses away. Count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike. He played in the Mexican Pacific League, which is a Mexican winter league, for the Mayos de Navajo back at 29. Born all the way back in 1982. The pitch, fastball. Called the strike on the outside corner. Evens up the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch. Field waves at a pitch off the outside corner. Strike 3. And with 2 outs, that brings up Michael Russell here in the 4th. Rockers up 4-0.
Well, the Rockers have a left-hander in the bullpen. I believe it's Brian Clark. It is.
The first pitch to Russell. Swing, lofted out towards right field. Skull going over, but this thing tails way out of play. Count goes to 0-1.
I got to tell you, Javik, the All-Star Game's on in here right now, and they're doing the coolest thing. You don't see it on the screen right now. They have both managers doing
I see it now at the same time.
same time. That's really cool.
The pitch, fastball. Just misses off the outside corner. Count goes to 1-1 strike. I always wonder what it would be like if they did 2 managers that just hated each other. That'd be awesome. The pitch, fastball. Call the strike on the outside corner. 1-2 strikes.
I almost wonder what it would be like if they did this back in the 50s or something with Leo DeRocher.
Non-errable. The pitch, swing, looped out towards short right field, going over as Howard towards the line and makes the catch for out number 3. So for all the talk about how Alexis Candelario has not performed well against the Rockers in 2021, he retires him in order. Rockers go down 1-2-3. We head to the top of the 5th inning. Rockers up 4-0. The Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van Yorkano.
Perfect representation of the city's vision to pursue the Alliance. We invite you to set your sights on the horizons that lay ahead, from weddings to corporate events, birthday parties, and more. With on-site catering provided and the highest attention to detail, we look forward to working with you to ensure your vision becomes reality. And now get ready to show those pearly whites, fans. It's time for the Smile Cam, brought to you by Dr. Bradley and Samuel. You need great interest, call ours 336-883-2316 or visit www.bradleyasamuelpds.com. Dr. Bradley Samuel, the official dentist, live on Rockets. Now pitching left-hander Brian Clark.
Top of the 5th inning, the Rockers go to their 4th pitcher of the day. They're up 4-0. New man on the hill, Brian Clark, to face the top of the order, lefty, righty, as Daniel James's day is done. Goes 1 inning, gives up 2 hits, no runs, no walks, no strikeouts, and throws 17 pitches.
Clark 0-4 on the year, 9.26 ERA, 1 save, and 6 opportunities. 6 walks, 15 strikeouts, opponents hitting .339 off of him. This is a good place to put some of your better hit pitchers who have struggled some recently. It's a low leverage situation. You can help them just kind of put together what they hope is a clean inning and just kind of move on from there, because Clark had put some good outings together until stumbling over the weekend against Lexington.
Clark is pitching on 2 days rest, last pitched on Saturday against Lexington. Big thing for him, though, is the great strikeout to walk ratio. 15 strikeouts on the year. Just 13 innings. One of just a few Rockers relievers to have more than a strikeout per inning. First pitch, fastball, dots the outside corner, called strike 1 to Boog Powell.
Well, here's the thing about Clark. The runners on base, they all come in bunches. He's either nobody on base or 4, 5, 6 guys on base. There's no in between.
Powell today 0 for 2. The pitch. Great pitch that just dots the inside corner, a curveball. Makes it no balls and 2 strikes. And if you're manager Jamie Keefe, you want to get Brian Clark going, because for Clark, he's your only lefty in the pen. The pitch. Swing looped out towards left center field, going over his field. It drops down in front of him, bounces into the glove. And it's a single for Boog Powell. He's 1 for 3 in game number 2.
This day in baseball history presented by International Market Center. 1896, Philadelphia Phillies outfielder Ed Delahanty. 4 home runs in 1 game, but all 4 home runs are inside the Parkers.
That's because they didn't have fences in 1896. It's probably some like pasture. Ball just kept rolling. It found a hill and then rolled a little more after that as Mike Pappy comes up to the plate from the left side.
Not true, but it's a good visual. They did have fences, most of them by then.
They were about a couple miles away. The pitch, fastball misses high and away. Count at 1-0.
Well, this one's a little more, well, it's interesting. Cardinals right-hander Bill Doak loses a no-hitter in the 7th inning when he forgets to cover first base on an infield ground ball. That's the only hit of the entire game that he allows.
Well, at least he can't blame anyone but himself. Clark races the leg, comes home. Fastball misses inside. Pappy backs out of the way.
Lastly, since it is the All-Star game, we thought we'd have one from the All-Star game. 1971, Reggie Jackson in the plate, or at the plate at Tiger Stadium, faces Doc Ellis and blasts one 520 feet out of the ballpark. The American League wins 6-4.
The pitch, fastball, misses away. 3 balls and no strikes. You ever think about that? Those balls back in the day, they say go 520, 530 feet. We don't see today balls that go that far. You feel like with how guys are so much stronger, pitches are coming in so much faster, we should be able to see balls hit 520 feet if they used to do it back then. The pitch, fastball, dots the outside corner. Called the strike, 3-1 to Pappy.
Well, that's a replay that you see all the time, and you're absolutely right. It's very interesting, especially when you think about some of the alleged distances that Mickey Mantle and Harmon Killebrew hit balls.
Yeah, like Mickey Mantle's hitting balls, what, 570? The pitch, fastball. Called the strike on the inside corner, 3-2. And you're telling me Logan Morrison's blast from a few weeks ago was not 570? Or Keaton Barnum's blast from this past weekend, we looked it up on the TrackMan stats today, was only 450? Vladdy Jr. did hit one today that went like 500 feet. Understandable. Clark kicks and fires. Fastball. Cold strike 3 on the inside corner. Count went to 3-0, and Mike Pappy takes 3 straight pitches, all of them called strikes, and he's retired for the 3rd time tonight. Goes to 0 for 3 and brings up Jason Rogers with 1 out and 1 on in the 5th.
Well, the final tidbit I'll give you about that All-Star game, 6 players hit home runs in that game. All 6 of them are in the Hall of Fame.
It's a pretty good All-Star game.
Johnny Bench, Hank Aaron, Roberto Clemente, Frank Robinson, Harmon Killebrew, and Reggie Jackson.
Those are 6 really good names. First pitch, fastball. Misses on the inside corner of Rogers, 1-0. Right now, the American League is leading 4-1 in the All-Star game, so I just want my score prediction still in play.
So is mine.
The pitch, swing, ground ball right at Alfonso at short, on the run to second for 1, on to first. Oh, baby! What a beautiful turn up the middle from Alfonso and Russell. Ranged over to his left, on the run, went back to second, and then on to first to finish the double play. In the inning, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on base. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Rockers up by a count of 4-0 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van Yorkado.
Turn your attention to the area in front of the first base dugout for tonight's contest between Abigail and Austin. Abigail is closest to the dugout, and Austin is on the field side. They will spin on their bats, keeping their heads on the bat and bats on the ground until I say go. And they will drop the bats and race to the height. Are you ready? On the mark, get set, spin. Come on, fans, let's make some noise. Let's cheer them on. Keep spinning, keep spinning, keep spinning, keep spinning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Come on, they're doing pretty well. That's outstanding. Don't run into the hole. Excellent work, young people.
Bottom of the 5th inning, Alexis Candelario back on the hill. Rockers lead by a 4-0 score. Javik Blake alongside Kendrick Fruits. Thanks so much for joining us. It's Stephen Cardulo, Jerry Downs, and then the pitcher spot due up here in the inning. For the Rockers today, 4 runs on 9 hits and no errors. For Gastonia, no runs, 4 hits and no errors.
Well, I can tell you who the next pitcher for the Rockers is going to be.
The pitch, fastball, misses outside 1-0.
He's up in the bullpen is John Fasola.
Not bad when you can go from James to Clark to Fasola.
Robertson to James to Clark.
That's true. The pitch, swing and a miss. Curveball down in the zone, evens things up 1 ball and 1 strike. There's only one man who you can finish it with, though, and that is Preston Gainey. Last pitched on Sunday, 8th inning of the ball game. The pitch, fastball, misses on the inside corner, 2-1.
I'm starting that off like a movie trailer. Only one man can finish this game.
I mean, it's Preston Gainey. The answer's always yes. The pitch, another curveball, this time inside corner, called a strike, 2-2.
Not quite a save situation here as the Rockers do lead by 4, but definitely one you want your best arms out of the bullpen at the end of the game.
The pitch, fastball misses away. Escobar got all sorts of tied up, was not expecting a fastball and got a fastball. And now is showing to Candelario that he put 2 fingers down, not 1. Candelario only saw 1, and Ermindo Escobar almost just got maimed behind home plate right in the thigh. Cardullo steps out. He'll step back in. 2 for 2 today. Single, a double, has scored twice. Rockers scored 2 in the first, 2 in the third. There's more runs today than they have in their last 2 games combined. In the second game of the doubleheader, that is. The pitch, fastball, misses up, ball 4, and Cardullo walks. Third time today the Rockers have had the leadoff man on. He brings up the lefty Jerry Downs.
Yeah, last inning was the first time in which the Rockers were retired in succession without a single man reaching base.
First pitch, swing and a miss from Downs. No balls and 1 strike. That was a home run cut from Jerry Downs. And we've seen some massive homers here at Truist Point from him.
We joked about it on the road at Gastonia about he had 6 of his 7 home runs on the road.
The pitch, fastball misses low, evens things up 1 ball, 1 strike. Yeah, the 1 home run at home, though, was a ball that there was the batter's eye, then to the left of the batter's eye, there's about 30 feet and then a fence in construction. He one-hopped the fence, and it's about 400 to dead center. The pitch, big looping curve, called a strike on the inside corner. Count goes to 1-2.
A lot of his home runs on the road this year haven't been close at all either. You talk about the 2 he hit at West Virginia that were just massive.
One of them one-hopped a building across the street, 475. The pitch, fastball, misses high. Count evens up 2-2.
That's what we estimate to be either the longest or second longest home run of the Rockers have hit this year.
We do not have the official number on the ball sent into orbit by Logan Morrison. That, I have to think, is the farthest home run we've seen this year. It went over the scoreboard by a considerable margin. Time called by Downs. He steps out of the box. But it's been a lot of fun poring over the TrackMan numbers we've been able to receive access to the last couple of days. Finding the long home runs, the exit velos. The pitch, swing, tipped foul in and out of the glove of Escobar. Count stays at 2-2. Downs hit one that was off the bat at 115, which is just absolutely nutty. Cardullo at first. Pitcher spot up next, and James McOwen stands with a bat. Rockers lead 4-0, bottom of the 5th inning of a 7-inning game in Game 2 of the doubleheader. It's become the new norm for the Rockers. The pitch, curveball, misses outside. Count goes to 3 balls and 2 strikes. The Rockers, since Tuesday, have played 3 games that are 9 innings in length.
It's going to be so weird tomorrow.
It's going to be so weird. The pitch, swing, fly ball, third base side out of play. Count stays at 3-2. It was weird this weekend. The Rockers game on Sunday was only their second game of the week that wasn't affected by rain in some way, shape, or form.
The entire series against Long Island was 7. A doubleheader on Wednesday, and then in order to avoid the sell that was coming in Thursday, they agreed to shorten that one to 7 innings.
Well, and then the Rockers over the weekend played the craziest game of the Atlantic League season as Down steps out and Joshua Saleh raised his hands like, come on, dude, get in the box. Down steps in. 2 rain delays, an hour and 46 minutes worth, a game that ended at 12:02 in the morning. The pitch curveball misses low, and Escobar once again gets crossed up. And Escobar walks out to the mound with home plate umpire Owen Ballard IV. Go over signs for Downs, his first walk of the game, and puts runners on first and second for James McGowan.
Escobar a little frustrated there. He feels like he's taken a little bit of an unnecessary beating as Candelario and Escobar not on the same page as far as signs go.
So James McGowan comes up to the plate for High Point. Pinch hitter today. Walks up to Major Laser.
That's not what he used to use, was it?
No, it's very much a new one. First pitch, swing, popped up center field. Coming in is Powell, going out is Howard. Powell settles under it, makes the catch. Retires McGowan on 1 pitch. Round number 1. Well, McGowan coming into the at-bat. On the year is batting .275. That drops a little bit. He's been one of the Rockers' best hitter as one of the oldest guys in the league. Not Lou Ford. So he's not the oldest, but one of the older statesmen of the league. Brings up Jared Mitchell from the left side. 1 out, 2 on. Rockers up 4-0 in the 5th.
You got to think Lou Ford and Brandon Phillips probably hold senior seniority.
The pitch. Swing, line drive right back up the middle into right center. Bounces down in front of Powell. Cardullo rounds third, heads to home. Downs the third. The throw is not in time. Just getting under the tag was Jerry Downs, and an RBI double for Jared Mitchell brings home his 2nd RBI of the ball game and makes it a 5-0 lead for the Rockers. What a slide from Jerry Downs. That ball beat him by a country mile. And he just got under it.
And for Jared Mitchell, that is his 29th RBI of the year. Looking to become the first Rocker to put up 30 this year.
The Rockers, one of a few teams in the league that do not have a guy with 30 runs batted in.
But part of that is because of how well they spread it up and down the lineup.
Adam Taylor up from the left side. 1 for 2 today. Infield in. First pitch at the eyes. Ball 1.
Part of that's also because they've gone stretches where they've struggled to score long or big amounts of runs, but
they also are statistically at the bottom of the league with runners in scoring position, so a lot of their runs are coming from the big power guys. The pitch. Swing, laced into right center field. Bounces down in front of Scully, jumps up to grab it. Base hit for Adam Taylor. In comes Downs. To third goes Mitchell. And it is 6-0 now in the 5th inning.
Next up for High Point, Michael Galino.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're going to split a doubleheader, the one that I want to win is the second one because you can go into the next day with all the momentum, and I think that's exactly what's going on with the Rockers right now.
And out to the mound goes pitching coach Reggie Harris. And for all the talk we just said about runners in scoring position, the Rockers today in both the games, they were 1 for 1 in game 1. Check that. They were 1 for 7 in game 1. They are 6 for 10 in game number 2. They've only left 4 on base. It has been really everything coming together. I guess all it takes is an Olympian to throw an inning and gets the team going. Michael Galino will be up at the plate when the pitching meeting ends at the mound. Reggie Harris walks back to the dugout, hops over the line. Well, the first inning was pretty out of the norm for Alexis Candelario. Set down 3 in order. This next inning has been a little more in line. 2 walks, 2 hits, and just 1 out recorded. And a man up in the pen for Gastonia. Galeno 0 for 2. Rockers lead 6-0. Runners at the corners. The pitch. Fastball. Just misses outside 1-0. Now time called again, and stepping off the mound is Candelario, who has made an effort to slow this game down as much as possible during the inning. Galeno back in from the right side. Candelario fires home. Swing shattered, bat, bouncing ball to second. Geraldo to second for 1, on to first in time. Double play. And Matt gets Gastonia out of it. The bat from Galeno shattered so much that the back half of the bat, the top half, the barrel, hit off the fence and is in the Gastonia dugout. Galeno has the handle. We head to the 6th inning. The Rockers tack on 2 more on 2 hits, no errors. They leave 1 aboard. We head to the top of the 6th. The Rockers lead 6-0. Kendrick Fruch, your play-by-play when we return. The Rockers Baseball Network.
Thank you for supporting the Rockers, and we look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Top of the 6th inning, Rockers on top, 6-0. Line score 0-4-0 for Gastonia, 6-10-0 for the Rockers, and they head to the bullpen again. And it's going to be the right-hander John Fasola coming in, relief of left-hander Brian Clark.
Fasola on the year, just like we talked about with Daniel James. Impeccable strikeout to walk ratio, making his 9th appearance, 7 strikeouts to 1 walk in 8 innings, and a .226 opponent's batting average against.
And Fasola will be facing Saleh, the pitcher spot, and Jake Skoll here in the top of the 6th inning. Joshua Saleh today 0 for 1 with a strikeout, also was walked. But yeah, it just continues to be very interesting that Saleh does not seem to be the same hitter at Truist Point as he is at Caramont Health Park. As Fasola's first pitch fastball misses up and away. And you can't even attribute that to the pop fly home runs that you get in left field at Caramont Health Park, because a lot of Saleh shots have been going to right field where they're not cheap home runs. The 1-0 swing laces this one into left field. McOwen ranging over, makes a nice catch. Check that. Adam Taylor in left field makes the catch. And that's out number 1 on the screaming line drive off the bat of Saleh. And that'll bring up the pitcher's spot. And we will see Will Johnson as the pinch hitter.
Now pitch hitting Will Johnson.
Will Johnson comes into today hitting at 167. It's 2 for 12. And he does have a run batted in. Fasola's first pitch fastball misses down, ball 1. Fasola delivers, and that's a fastball. Pumps that one in there, called strike. Rockers do have quite a bit of heat in the back end of their bullpen. Fasola and Nefi Agando has been bringing it his last couple of outings. Here's the 1-1 to Johnson. That fastball stays away, 2-1. Fasola comes set. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. The count now 2-2. Following Johnson will be Jake Skoll. And here is the, well, now stepping out is Johnson. Fasola has to reset things. And here's the pitch. That's down in the dirt. And the count is now full. Three balls, 2 strikes to the pinch hitter, Will Johnson. And Fasola delivers 3-2. That's down low, ball 4. And Johnson works a walk. That'll bring up Jake Skoll. Jake Skoll, the right fielder. 1 for 2 today, a single and a ground out. Rockers lead 6-0. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Rockers looking to split this doubleheader. They would go into tomorrow back in second place, tied in second place technically with Gastonia. They would be a few percentage points ahead. Fastball called strike to Skoll, 0-1. That would put you from a record standpoint at 19-23 then. And here is the 0-1 from Fasola. That's down in the dirt, and it gets away from Galino. Johnson heading down to second on the wild pitch. So Saleh began the inning with a fly ball to left field. Johnson worked a walk and just headed down to second now. Well, Javik, I hate to tell you, your all-star game prediction has gone kaput.
I just looked up and saw it, and
Mike Zunino's home run off of Taiwan Walker in the 6th inning gave the AL a 5-1 lead. As that pitch from Fasola misses, and they count 2-1. My 6-2 is still on the table, though.
it is. Manny Machado just doubled, though, so that's always something you like to see.
Here's the pitch from Fasola, fouled off, and the count is now 2-2. Check that, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nope, I'm sorry. It is right, 2-2. I can't count. Runner on second base is Johnson. 1 out in the 6th. Fasola holding the set. Now delivers the 2-2 way high. That fastball almost escaped everybody. And the count full. Well, the other big thing that you got to keep in mind, and with this being a bullpen day for the Rockers, they've used a couple in the first game. They've used a handful here in the second. There's no off day tomorrow. You're going to have to use these guys again tomorrow as that pitch hit a mile high into right field, but Mitchell comes in 1 step, now a second, and tagging up is Johnson's. The throw comes to third a little late. That's out number 2 in the inning, but Will Johnson goes to third with 2 outs, and that'll bring up Manuel Geraldo. Puts a lot of pressure then on Cooper Casad to try to give you some length starting tomorrow's game, although Casad's been one of the more solid starters for the Rockers consistently the last 2 weeks or so.
I would say since Casad's been put in the starting role, he's been the Rockers' best starting pitcher.
Manuel Geraldo, a couple of hits today, a double and a single in the nightcap. Fasola deals first pitch up high, ball 1.
He's also the only Rockers starter with an ERA below 6.4.
Although, interestingly enough, when I looked at the league leaders today, Westfall still qualifies. They must have changed the...
They must have been.
Swing and a miss. Count 1-1 now to Johnson, or to Geraldo, I should say. Yeah, because of the top 4 pitchers in ERA in the Atlantic League, none of them are still here. The 1-1, that one's inside 2-1.
It's kind of funny.
It's Westfall, Sanabia, Brandon Barker, and Ella Villanueva.
All of them are all of them are in either southwestern U.S. or Mexico.
This one hit on the ground down the first base side, a step or two foul, and the count 2-2 to Geraldo. Rockers fans cheering, being prompted by the video board that says get loud as they're looking for the final out of the inning. And here's the pitch, weakly tapped foul, and the count will remain at 2-2.
And of all remaining players in the Atlantic League, would you like to guess who leads all players?
Probably Daryl Thompson.
It's Daryl Thompson, 3.76.
When in doubt, Daryl Thompson is a very safe bet. The 2-2 swung on again, fouled off. No, it got away from Galeno. A wild pitch, he throws down to first in time. What a play there. The ball gets away from Galeno on strike 3, but throws it down to end the inning. So a solid inning of work for John Fasola. And we will head now to the bottom of the 6th inning. Rockers lead 6-0 on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
Rockers Baseball, or follow the Rockers on social media for a link to the broadcast on game day. Hey fans, please turn your attention to the Jumbotron as we present McDonald's 6-inning stretch. Their mission is to make delicious, feel-good food moments easy for everyone. Visit your High Point McDonald's today. Now let's join together in singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Bottom of the 6th inning, Brock Naughton getting the ball for Gastonia out of the bullpen. It signals the end of the day for Alexis Candelario, who finished his 2 innings of work, 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, and 1 strikeout. Again, gives way to right-hander Brock Naughton, who will face Alfonso, Field, and Russell.
Naughton on the year is making his 6th appearance. He's made 1 start, 4 other appearances out of the pen. 9.35 the ERA, 8 2/3 innings pitched, 5 walks, 4 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .375 against him.
Rockers on top 6-0 in game 2 of this evening's doubleheader. lost Game 1 by a score of 8-1.
Leading off the Rockers, Giovanni Alfonso.
But it makes the combined score look reasonable at 8-7 with the way that this game has gone. Giovanni Alfonso 0 for 1 today, also with a walk, was doubled off when he walked. Yeah, pop up that Johnny Field hit, but the fly ball that Alfonso hit to right field was an absolute shot. And the first pitch to Alfonso, he takes down low, ball 1. Naughton steps off, Alfonso walks back. Last time these two teams faced, there was a little bit of tension in the first game of the series, but was clean after that, and things look pretty good so far today. It's Preston Gainey throwing in the Rockers bullpen. Would not be a save situation, but needs a little bit of work.
I don't know why everything just kind of stopped, but
I think they were asking for the music to get cut off. Here's the pitch to Alfonso. Swings, pokes this one into left field. That ball is sinking fast, and it's off of the glove of Mike Pappy. He wasn't able to hang on to it. Alfonso will head into second base standing. Pappy went a long ways to go get that ball, and you saw it before with somebody. It just kind of looked like he punched it into the gap. And it looks like that's going to be scored as a double for Giovanni Alfonso, so give him a big base hit. And that'll bring up Johnny Field. Johnny Field is 1 for 3 tonight. Rockers lead 6-0 right now. Have another opportunity with the runner in scoring position. And here's the pitch. That's down and away, and the count is 1-0. Johnny Field hitting now at 276. And the Rockers with runners in scoring position tonight, 6 for 11. Here's the pitch. Field thought about offering, did not, and it misses ball 2 in the count, 2-0. And here's the pitch. Ripped foul. And the count now 2-1. Michael Russell waiting on deck. Alfonso over there at second with 1 out. Check that, nobody out. And here's the pitch. Pop down the right field side. It's hooking foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Rockers looking for a little more insurance. Preston Gainey dealing with right now it would be a 6-run cushion when he comes in. Field pops this one up into left field. Pappy makes the catch two-handed this time. Not going to let it happen again. What just happened to him a moment ago, and that's out number 1.
Now batting, Michael Russell.
That'll bring up Michael Russell, who has 2 hits and 3 trips. Rockers on top 6-0. We're in the bottom of the 6th. And here's the pitch. That's a high chopper right up the middle, and picking it up behind second base is Howard. The throw on to first is not in time. Michael Russell legs it out for an infield base hit, and the Rockers have runners at the corners with 1 out in the 6th.
Next up, Stephen Cardillo.
Michael Russell, a 3-hit game in tonight's doubleheader, which also boosts his batting average over 350. And the hitter is Stephen Cardillo, who has a single, a double, a walk, and has scored 3 runs tonight.
And for Russell, that's really been a big thing.
First pitch to Cardillo, gets away from Escobar. Heading in to score is Alfonso. Heading down to second is Russell, and it's now a 7-0 ball game. A runner on second base now, 1 out. Rockers continuing to pile it on in the late stages against Gastonia as Noten's pitch is up high. The count 2-0. And they're going to give Naughton the wild pitch on that previous pitch. Here's the pitch to Cardillo. That's fouled up, and the count is 2-1.
These two games have kind of been similar. Gastonia had it in the bag from pretty much the get-go in game 1, and in game 2, the Rockers have pretty much had it from the get-go.
A combined approximate of about 5 hours and 10 minutes of baseball so far, or at least 5 hours and 10 minutes about since we started the first game.
Still less time than it took to play Saturday's game.
The 2-1 to Cardillo. Swings, hits this one high in the air into left, not deep. Pappy comes in and makes the catch for out number 2. 2 really high fly balls to left, and that'll bring up Jerry Downs. Jerry Downs has reached base in all 3 of his opportunities today. Hitting at 326 now on the year. I've had an opportunity to drive in another run with Michael Russell standing at second base. J.R. DiSarcina is in the on-deck circle. That pitch down low to Downs, and the count 1-0. So tomorrow's game, 7:05 start time. Cooper Casad getting the ball versus Highland Peguero.
Peguero coming off a great last start. 6 no-hit innings, went 7 strong against Lancaster, and a big victory for Gastonia.
That's saying something against the hitters that Lancaster has on that team. As Downs swings over the off-speed pitch, misses, count 1-1.
Or just that Lancaster is Denver, Colorado all of a sudden, and Clipper Magazine Stadium is just a hitter's haven.
Thursday, the series finale, Ricky Knapp goes for the Rockers. William Kerwin, who has had a rough year, but somehow is the Rockers' number in 2 starts this year, will get the ball for Gastonia as Downs fouls that one off. It's also Christmas in July on Thursday. Bring 3 or more non-perishable food items and get free admission courtesy of Old Dominion Freight Line, as the Old Dominion Freight Line and the High Point Rockers looking to strike out hunger. Donations will benefit the Salvation Army. You know, with a lot of kids at home over summer break, this is a really imperative time to help out, as that one is skipped down in the dirt. And the count 2-2. Kids eating more at home and don't have that option as far as getting meals from their school cafeteria during the summer. Then the Lexington Legends come in on Friday, fireworks on Friday, as Downs will take strike 3 looking. And that'll do it for the Rockers in the 6th inning, but they do scratch across one more. And they head to the 7th, a 7-0 lead for the High Point Rockers on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto.
104 is our team store and our craft beer bar, the High Point. Be sure to visit before you leave today so you can browse our large selection of Rockers merchandise and hang out at our historic friendship table. All right, Rockers fans, it's time to dance. Show us your skills and follow along with our promotions team on the dugouts. pitching for High Point, Preston Gainey.
Top of the 7th inning. And the High Point Rockers with a 7-0 lead, and they'll head to the closer. Not a save situation. It is Preston Gainey, though, coming in. We've seen all of that three-headed monster in the back of the bullpen. Gainey, James, and Fasola, although at different parts of the ball game tonight. And that'll be the end of John Fasola's day. Tell you what, when they said tonight was going to be a bullpen game, they were not kidding. 2 innings from Hennessy, 1 from Robertson, 1 from James, 1 from Clark, 1 from Fasola, in which he walked 1 and struck out 1. And now Preston Gainey, the 6th pitcher for the Rockers in the game 2 of the doubleheader tonight.
And Gainey, this is appearance number 15, has finished 10 games, 1.35 the ERA, 13 1/3 innings pitched, 10 walks, 21 strikeouts, 149 the opponent's batting average against, and all the makings of someone who is just an unbelievable closer.
They'll be facing Jordan Howard, Armindo Escobar, and Boog Powell. That is 8-9-1 in the lineup for the Honey Hunters.
Like, if there was an Atlantic League All-Star game, you have to think Preston Gainey would be the fans' choice as the closer, and just everyone else's choice as the closer.
Jordan Howard 0 for 2 today. And Preston Gainey looks in, gets the sign. And we're underway in the top of the final inning. That one ripped hard past Jerry Downs into right field, and Jordan Howard gets the 7th inning started on the right foot for Gastonia with a base hit. Just a reminder, this is a presentation of High Point Rockers Baseball and the Rockers Baseball Network. Any rebroadcast or retransmission of these events without the express written consent of the High Point Rockers and the Atlantic League of Professional Baseball, strictly prohibited. Here is Armindo Escobar. Runner on first base, nobody out, top of the 7th. Fastball up and in, almost clipped Escobar. He flipped his bat out of the way trying to avoid the baseball. And it's now 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the 1-0. Swung on, popped up out of play, count 1-1. So again, a win tonight would, in the nightcap, would give the Rockers a 6-6 mark at home. Check that, it would make them 6-10 at home, but they will have split the doubleheader today. Fastball up and in again, almost clipping Escobar. It's now 2-1. And that's the big difference. Obviously, you have so many different players on the team from 2019 to now, but the big thing is just that 2019 team, as Escobar fouls it off, count 2-2, picked up wins at home at a ridiculous rate. And we're just not seeing that yet. And you mentioned it. The team's not really played at home consistently yet, so there hasn't really been time to build that, but they've seemed to struggle at home at the beginning part of the year.
When I texted you this a couple of days ago, we were talking after one of the games this weekend, and the biggest thing for the Rockers is there's just no late inning drama.
Down and away, taking his Escobar, and the count is full.
You always mention how in 2019 the team seemed to come back at will. Only 7 games have ended when the team leading after 6 does not win. Out of now 41.
You mentioned the lack of late game drama. The only drama there tends to usually be is this one is smacked into left field, and it's going to one-hop the wall. No, it stays in play. Taylor picks it up there, waving around Howard. He's held up there for a moment. That ball gets through.
And I think that hit off
I thought it hit off something up over the wall and came back in.
I think it did too, and that's what Jamie Keefe's going to ask about. I think that hit off of the railing out beyond the left field wall.
I thought it did as well. I felt like that ball took a very odd carom back in.
It also doesn't, when it goes off that left field wall, it does not roll back like that. It kind of goes straight up instead of just dying like it did. It also went to the left. It almost went to the left towards the corner. I think it almost has to be that it went over the wall.
But you know what? Credit to Adam Taylor. He didn't turn around and wait for the umpire to make that decision. He followed through on the play in case, which is as the situation right now, is that the play did not go that way or they did not get that call.
I think what also hurts him, though, is that he went through the play and didn't run out with his hands raised up. We saw Giovanni Alfonso do that. But Taylor just kept on playing it like normal.
And they're going to put him back at third and say it is a ground rule double. And so Jordan Howard goes to third, Armindo Escobar at second. So there's two aboard with nobody out, and the hitter is Boog Powell. Powell steps in from that left-handed box. He is 1 for 3 today. And Gainey delivers first pitch. That's down in the dirt. Good block there by Galino, 1-0. Two runners in scoring position for Gastonia. Rockers have put up some pretty clean innings from a pitching standpoint tonight. That pitch fouled off and the count 1-1. For the Honey Hunters today, 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position, 7 men left on base.
These two games are really mirror images of each other.
Preston Gainey, who started the year working on a shutout streak that extended back some 5 years almost. That one a strike to Powell, 1-2. The streak did finally come to an end. He's given up a couple of runs so far this year. Trying to not add 2 more to the total. They stand on third and second with nobody out. The 1-2 from Gainey popped up and out of play. Powell should have let that go. It was a ball up at the head, but he offered at it, and the count stays 1-2. Rockers lost 8-1 in the first game today. Craig Stem took the loss, dropping to 1-6 now on the year. The 1-2 fastball, that's hit high in the air into center. Field is there. Tagging or ready to tag is Howard. Field makes the catch. Here comes the throw home to Galino. It's late. And a sacrifice fly credited to Boog Powell. And Armindo Escobar stays at second. So Gastonia on the board. It is now 7-1 with 1 out. Now, I think had the runner at first or third base been Armindo Escobar, I don't think he beats it out, but you have the speed of Jordan Howard there at third base. You can take a mid-range fly ball and come in and score.
Well, Armindo Escobar is 5'11", 190. Jordan Howard is 5'10", 170.
First pitch to Mike Pappy, misses ball 1. Gainey looks in, gets the sign, now comes set, and here is the 1-0. Swung on, fouled back, the count 1-1. All-star game, it's 5-2 in favor of the American League in the top of the 8th. I just need them to push across one more run. I said the final would be 6-2.
The American League, once again, though, just dominating. This would be the 8th straight year they've won.
Doesn't necessarily translate into anything in the postseason, though, as that one is roped into right field. Jared Mitchell racing back, not going to be able to get to it. Coming around to score easily is Escobar. The question is, how far will Pappy go? He stops at second. And it's an RBI double, and it's now a 7-2 ball game. That'll bring up Jason Rogers. Rogers 0 for 2 with a walk.
Now batting, Jason Rogers.
This game about an hour and a half old at this point. Started a couple minutes past 8. And here is the first pitch to Rogers. That's a fastball just inside.
Kendrick, it's 10 o'clock.
It's 10:30.
You said the game's an hour and a half old.
Sorry, I meant 2.5 hours old.
Just make sure you know what time it is.
I don't know anything. I do know that pitch stayed up in the count 2-0 to Rogers.
I just want to make sure you didn't accidentally think it was 9:30.
Well, no, so here's the funny thing. In my head, I said 2.5. Frank Viola heading out to talk to Preston Gainey now. Sometimes what you think and what you say don't match up.
Exactly. I just wanted to make sure you didn't think we were on track to play the fastest game of all time.
No. We'll also probably say this is one of the fastest Major League All-Star games of all time at that point, too.
Yeah, it's 2.5 hours old, and they're just in the 8th inning.
Quick meeting on the mound. Frank Viola jogs back. It's 2 balls, no strikes to Rogers. And again, the runner at second base, Mike Pappy. And here is the 2-0 to Rogers. Holds off on the off-speed pitch down, and the count now 3 balls, no strikes.
This just doesn't look like Preston Gainey's his usual self. Not quite sure what it is, but something looks a little off.
I just think you're not going to be great every time you step on the mound, even if you're Mariano Rivera. Gainey deals a fastball strike there, and the count 3-1. The difference is how many times you're off. For Preston Gainey, he has not been off very often. 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Gastonia. 7-12-0 for the Rockers. That pitch a strike at the knees, and the count goes full. Perhaps it's one of the most interesting things is how clean these 2 games have been today. No errors in the second contest. Gainey deals low, ball 4. Rogers walks. There's 2 aboard with 1 out.
It does put a double play in order for Saleh, who just can't seem to figure out the Rockers today. In the doubleheader, he's now 0 for 6 with a walk.
In the bullpen for the Rockers, I believe it's Joe Johnson again. Saleh comes up with an 0 for 2 Ledger, but last one he hit was a shot into left field that Taylor snared as he fouls the first pitch off, and the count 0-1. Pitcher spot is due up, and see who the pinch hitter is coming up here in a moment for Gastonia. First, the 0-1 to Saleh, swings and pokes that one deep into right field. Jared Mitchell going back, makes the catch a couple of steps in front of the wall for out number 2. Heading over to third base is Pappy, but Saleh's ball, you got to think that the wind going out to left held that one in a little bit.
Definitely. That one looked like it was for sure marked for the scoreboard, and then all of a sudden just kind of died at the wall.
So the pinch hitter here will be Luis Turan Jr.
Now batting, Luis Turan.
Runners at the corners, 2 outs in the top of the 7th. Rockers 1 out away from a opening doubleheader split with Gastonia. First pitch to Tyrone in there for a strike. Again, tomorrow, Casad versus Pregame and Knapp versus Kerwin on Thursday. Casad delivers. That one hit on the ground to Downs. Should do it. Downs takes it himself. And that is the final out of the ball game. Couple runs come in for the Honey Hunters in the top of the 7th, but the Rockers will claim a 7-2 victory and a series split, or a doubleheader split of the Gastonia Honey Hunters. Final score 7-2 in the nightcap. We'll step aside. When we come back, it's time for the Rickster's Grill postgame show on the Rockers Baseball Network, driven by Van York Auto. Why?
Tinsley Drive in High Point.
Welcome into the Rickster's Grill postgame show. Rickster's Grill, the official postgame hangout of the High Point Rockers. Visit them today, 3815 Tinsley Drive in High Point. Kendrick Fruits, Javik Blake with you. As we recap the events of today's ball games, the Rockers dropped the doubleheader in Game 1 by a score of 8-1, but got the revenge of the nightcap, building a 7-0 lead, and ultimately won this one by a score of 7-2. And where we didn't really see the pitching or the offense in Game 1, it all came together in Game 2. We got a good bullpen day effort out of the guys in the Rockers bullpen, and the offense showed up as well.
They really did. The pitching in what was a bullpen day really was fantastic. Obviously, David Robertson's going to be electric, but they combined outside of Preston Gainey to pitch 6 shutout innings, giving up just 4 hits, 4 walks, and striking out 5. Joey Hennessy was fantastic, and then turned it over to the big guys, and the big guys got the job done.
Rockers scored 2 runs in the first inning. A sacrifice fly from Stuart Levy knocked in the first run. Jared Mitchell's RBI single drove in the second. In the third inning, 2 more runs crossed the dish on a base hit from Jerry Downs and a base hit from C.J. Farias. Made it 4-0 in the 5th inning. Once again, what you know, the Rockers scored 2 coming in on a double from Jared Mitchell, his second RBI of the game, and a base hit from Adam Taylor drove in one to make it 6-0. They added a single run in the 6th inning. That coming in, Giovanni Alfonso would double and later come around to score on the wild pitch, and the Honey Hunters would pick up 2 in the top of the 7th inning off of Rockers closer Preston Gainey. Jordan Howard would reach on a base hit. Armindo Escobar would double, and a Boot Powell sacrifice fly brought in 1. Mike Pappy would double to bring in the second one, but that's as close as Gastonia could get, and the Rockers split it by a score of 7-2. Sorry, go ahead.
Time for one last check around the Atlantic League, brought to you by Ginny Mara Cruise Planners. Not everything in the league final just yet. Only one other game around the league final. 6-1 Long Island over West Virginia. Scott Harkin gets the win. Joe Harris gets the loss. Lancaster leads York 12-10 in Coors Field, Pennsylvania edition in the top of the 9th inning from Clipper Magazine Stadium. And Lexington all over Southern Maryland right now. It's 10-1 in the top of the 9th inning.
Losing pitcher is Alcides Herrera for Gastonia. The winner is the one and only David Robertson, picking up his first professional victory as a member of the High Point Rockers, and at least until Tuesday when until Thursday if he pitches again this week. Robertson has a 1-0 record with an ERA of 0 in the Atlantic League. Time to hand out a game ball for today. I gave mine to Michael Russell in Game 1, and I'm going to give it back to Michael Russell in Game 2. A 3-for-4 performance today with 2 runs scored, and once again, he was a catalyst for the Rockers offense.
I'm going to go with David Robertson in Game 2. That last pitch of the inning was absolutely filthy. It was a treat to watch, and someone like him, it just shows you how talented guys who are in the big leagues are, even if they haven't played there in some time. It was impressive, to say the least.
Final line score, 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Gastonia. The Rockers 7 runs on 12 hits and no errors for High Point. Tomorrow night we'll be on the air at 6:30, getting ready for a 7:05 first pitch at Truist Point. Again, Cooper Casad getting the ball against Highland Paguero of the Gastonia Honey Hunters. Javik, final thoughts here tonight?
I think this was a really good win for the Rockers, showcased a lot of good things, and they can really bring it into tomorrow and try and take 3 of 4 again.
Like I said earlier on in the show, if you're going to split a doubleheader, I think the game you want to win is the nightcap. That way you're taking that momentum into the next day, and that's exactly what the Rockers did tonight with a 7-2 victory. They improved to 19-23 on the season, so still 4 games under 500, but trying to keep pace with the Lexington Legends, and more importantly, it moves them back into that second-place tie with Gastonia in the standings right now. So we'll see you back on the air tomorrow at 6:30 for the Sweet Old Bills pregame show as the Rockers and Honey Hunters do battle in Game 3 tomorrow. But they split the doubleheader tonight. The Rockers head into tomorrow, hopefully, with a little bit of momentum. Well, for everybody here at the Rockers Baseball Network and Javik Blake and everyone down in the control room, I'm Kendrick Fruit saying have a rockin' evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Rockers split the doubleheader with Gastonia.